Welcome to the San Ramon Valley Unified School District Board of Education meeting. We want to let the public know that we're video recording this meeting. The recording is being live streamed on the district's YouTube channel. Cindy, can you please take attendance?
I'm happy to. Can we start with you, Rachel? I'm sorry. Student board member, we're a little off today. Student board member Iapen, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Anya Iapen.
Good evening, Rachel Hurd, representing Trustee Area 5.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jesse Van Zee. I'm trustee for Area 1.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Susanna Ordway, and I'm representing Area 4.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Shelley Clark, and I'm representing Area 2.
And I'm Laura Bratt. I'm representing Area 3. We'll next do the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm going to ask our student board member, Anya Iapan, to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Anya. All right, so tonight we begin our meeting as we always do with recognizing students. SRVUSD students are talented and creative, and opening our meeting this way is a welcome reminder of why we do what we do. It's all about the kids. The young people we are recognizing tonight are all very gifted musicians who have achieved the highest level of accomplishment, all state, in band, orchestra, and choir. And as a former band student, I know how big of a deal this is. All State is an incredible opportunity for students to meet other talented musicians from around California, work with great conductors, and perform challenging music at the highest level. All State allows musicians to excel and be recognized in an otherwise subjective field, since musical talent, unlike other areas of achievement, cannot be measured in wins, losses, and statistics. The audition process for this honor is rigorous. Students prepare on their own, then work with their school teachers to polish the material before submitting their audition recordings. Each instrument category receives hundreds of applicants from around the state. We applaud these students' commitment to their musical passion and offer thanks to the teachers and mentors who have assisted them along the road to this distinguished award. Congratulations to each of you and to all of the musicians across the district who are in the ensembles alongside you. First up tonight, we'll look at our middle school students named to the All-State Junior High Jazz Band, Concert Band, Symphonic Band, Concert Orchestra, and String Orchestra. So we have Dylan Wong, Chloe Lee, Shawshank Manu, Vidit Shiva Devuni, Sebastian Sui, Zonlane Wu, Shriram Jel, Chance Hopkins, William Dolezal, Dongu Kim, Sophie Park, Ethan Chang, and Dylan Chu, or Chua. So we'll come up and Next are our high school students named to All-State High School Jazz Band, String Orchestra, Concert Band, Symphonic Band, and Wind Symphony. So when I call your name, if you guys can come up. Nathaniel Eisen, Ryan Gao, Eleonora DeCal, Pranit Reedy, sorry, Siddharth Nagaupudi, Alyssa Kwan, and Yaming Jai. Finally, we celebrate our high school students named to all-state choirs. So we have Emmy Porter, Shumaya Pradhan, Amritha Srinivasan, Nita Tadaparthi, Prisha Purohit, and Jay Smith. All right. Next, we have reports of action taken in closed session. So this evening, the board voted 5-0 to appoint Lydia Rice as principal of John Baldwin Elementary, effective as soon as possible. And then we'll move on to acceptance of minutes. Are there any concerns, or can I have a motion?
I move to approve the minutes from our January 30th meeting.
A second.
The motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Clark. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapan.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
All right. May I have a motion to accept the minutes from the February 8th special meeting?
I move that we accept the minutes from February 8th special meeting.
Second.
The motion was made by Board Member Van Zee and seconded by Board Member Ordway. Student Board Member Iapan was not in attendance that day. Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
All right. Do we have any? Is that- no. Okay. All right. All right. So we'll move on to agenda approval. May I have a motion to accept the agenda?
I make a motion to accept the agenda.
The motion was made by Board Member Clark and seconded by Board Member Hurd. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapan.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Okay, and next is consent agenda approval. Consent items are considered routine in nature and are approved by combining them into a single vote. Only a member of the board may request that a consent item be removed from the consent agenda to be considered and voted on separately. The public may comment on a consent item before the board approves the consent agenda, and it looks like we do not have any public comment for consent items. So may I have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda for tonight's meeting.
The motion was made by Board Member Van Zee and seconded by Board Member Ordway. Roll call vote, Student Board Member Iapan,
Aye.
Board Member Hurd,
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee,
Aye.
Board Member Ordway,
Aye.
Board Member Clark,
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, and then just real quickly before we really begin in earnest, I just want to talk a little bit about public comment. So if you would like to make a comment during the meeting, you can find yellow speaker cards on the table by the door. Please speak to a staff member if you have any questions. You will have an opportunity to make a comment on agendized items when we come to that item. For comments on agendas, on items not on the agenda, please wait until we come to non-agenda public comment on our agenda. Each speaker has a time limit of 3 minutes with a timer shown on the screen while you are speaking. This time limit will be enforced to ensure fairness. Please be aware that we may interrupt you and redirect you to the correct time to speak if your comment relates to a different agendized item or if it is not within our jurisdiction. The president reserves the right to announce a last call for speaker card submissions. Please have your speaker card submitted when the public comment begins for the agenda item you'd like to comment on. The views expressed during public comment are those of the individual speaker. The absence of a response from the board or district staff does not imply agreement. The district believes in an inclusive, welcoming, and safe environment for its meetings for all of our community. Please be mindful that students may be in the room or watching virtually. We are all here to support them. Thank you for joining us tonight as we work to educate and support all of the students of the San Ramon Valley Unified School District. We very much appreciate your engagement and taking the time to come to our meeting. Thank you. So next we have reports to the board. 10-1, school highlight, Hidden Hills Elementary School. Principal Melody Boone.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to showcase our school tonight. It's always very exciting when we get to show off some of the things that we do on a daily basis. So my name is Melody Wynn, and I've been the proud principal at Hidden Hills for the last 12 years. In fact, my 12th anniversary will be on March 3rd, so it's coming up. So almost 12 years. So much has changed during the time that I've been at our school. Honestly, we've had 3 US presidents. We've had 3 superintendents. Our school has been in declining enrollment, which I know you are all aware of, and we survived a worldwide pandemic, so lots going on there. But a great deal has also stayed the same, which is our unwavering commitment to all of the things that are portrayed as part of our strategic directions. So even though we may have used different verbiage to explain these practices, I believe that the Hidden Hills community has always exemplified our strategic directions. So I'd like to take a moment to actually thank our amazing staff and families who are back there. Despite the rain and despite a full day of amazing professional development tonight, they are here with me. And I do want to say you make the work joyful, and I'm grateful for what each of you bring to the table every day. So thank you all. All right. Oh, where'd it go, Logan? There we go. So tonight I want to share with you just some of the ways we strive to help our students thrive. We start each day with our Hidden Hills Hawk Pledge, reminding students what it means to show respect, set high goals, and work hard to achieve them, and be proud of their efforts in doing so. Throughout the day, our teachers engage students in lessons that work to bring out elements of our learner profile. I can honestly say that our staff has been focused on developing critical thinkers, creative contributors, adaptable learners, effective communicators, and intentional collaborators since Common Core was first introduced years ago. We saw the writing on the wall back then that these were the skills, abilities, and mindsets that were going to make the difference in the lives of our students. And while there are many ways that we could exemplify all of these things, what better way than to see it and hear it from some of our students themselves? So Hawks are critical thinkers. We are so fortunate on our campus to have a makerspace where students are challenged to work together to solve problems, design, build, and invent. Our book clubs help to foster rich dialogue about character development, inferential thinking, and author's message. Our second grade students design a product and hold a marketplace where other students and staff can come and shop. And for the past few years, our fifth grade students have had the opportunity to tour Levi Stadium and participate in all sorts of STEAM activities. Our Hawks are creative contributors. They contribute to our community in meaningful ways. They serve as our safety patrol, our peacemakers, principals for the day. Each class signs up to display art in our front office to welcome families as they visit our school. And we have a Why We Come to School Hawk proudly displayed outside my office door that is made up of 500 feathers, over 500 feathers, telling why our students love coming to Hidden Hills. Our Hawks are adaptable learners. So whether they're investigating natural phenomenon in our science lab, exploring topics surrounding health and well-being in our fifth grade health and wellness fair, researching the contributions and taking on the personas of various fictional people, historical people, pardon me. Both of our fourth grade classes, as well as our fifth grade, participate in these kinds of activities. We do a living history museum with our fourth graders, and fifth grade participate in our Walk Through America production. And our Hawks are effective communicators. We thought we would show this video with you.
Hello, my name is Athurv, and I got an opportunity to share my cultural music using a platform called Flipgrid. I talked about how different notes can affect the human body and the human brain. Using this platform has really been a help because I can easily communicate with my friends and my family.
Hi, my name is Srinivas, and I'm part of the leadership team. I've been voted as the secretary from my fellow students. At every leadership meeting, I talk about the concerns of my fellow students and friends. After every leadership meeting, I bring all of this information back to my classroom. I talk about things such as winter games, boo games, food drive, and spirit days, and so on. This opportunity has really made me become a better communicator.
Hello, my name is Shania, and in this school we have many opportunities to communicate. I communicate through acting. Last year I was chosen to play Lucinda Wilson in a historical play. I could communicate using scripts and emotion. This has given me communicating skills and a great experience. Hello, my name is Athurv, and
All right. Our Hawks are intentional collaborators. We are deliberate and explicit in teaching our students how to collaborate with one another, whether it be on our fourth or fifth grade overnight, because both of our fourth and fifth grade go on overnight campouts. In fact, our fourth graders are leaving tomorrow, so it's exciting. To our third graders working with their TK buddies, we recognize that collaboration is a skill that needs to be taught and reinforced every single day, many times a day. But at the heart of all of this, I think what makes Hidden Hills special is the kindness and the family atmosphere that we strive to create every single day. It's a sense of community. And as you all know, our school has gotten quite a bit smaller over the years, but that has just lent itself to the family atmosphere that we have tried to foster on our campus. We thrive on kindness. So we did a kindness and inclusion week a couple of weeks ago. We did a great kindness challenge and created a kindometer where we challenged students to complete as many random acts of kindness as they possibly could. Believe it or not, in 1 week, they completed over 10,000 acts of kindness, which I thought was very impressive. At our school, we also have buddy benches, which are very popular. Our kids really do try to look towards those buddy benches, see if there's any friends out there who need someone to play with, and they take care of one another. And here's just some selfies during Inclusive Schools Week. Thought they were so cute. And these are pictures just from some of the special events we've had this year. We have a back to school block party at the beginning of the school year where we have literally hundreds of our families on our campus from alumni from 10 years ago actually come and join us. It is such a fun event. Lots of music and dancing and food and all the good things that make a good party. These are pictures from our annual trunk or treat this year. Yes, that is my car in the background there, back when I thought the 49ers were going to win the Super Bowl. And I'm still sad from that. So anyway, so it's a really fun family event. We did some buddy activities. They made turkeys in disguise. We have a Friendsgiving family feast with our kindergartners. It's a happy little picture. And our staff will be appalled to see that I put these pictures in here, but our grown-ups have fun too. So these are pictures from our PD day back in August, doing just some little brain breaks in between activities where we were collaborating and doing some critical thinking of how to get that ball in the basket on your head. Good times. Just some more Halloween pictures. And we really do work very hard to promote empathy, generosity, and kindness on our campus. We did a canned food drive earlier this year where the driver of the truck was so amazed because he said no school had ever donated that many ginormous cans. We had 8 of them filled in the span of 2 weeks. It was a lot of food. And there's some staff members there just having fun. This year, we had our very first Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day. And the pictures in the center are from, we have an ELAC International Festival that's actually coming up on March 1st, if any of you would like to join us. And I'm very fortunate in that our MTSS coordinator and I were able to attend a training at the Museum of Tolerance a couple of weeks ago. And it was an amazing, eye-opening experience. And it truly solidified our commitment to helping all of our students feel accepted and that they belong at our school. Because they do. And that is the end of my presentation. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Principal Nguyen. Does anyone have any questions or comments?
I'll just note I had the opportunity to do a site visit there with Dr. Malloy the other day. And as I said to you when we were there, all the kids that we had a chance to interact with, just positive. There was just, a light airiness to them and loved being on school campus. I feel like they felt like they owned it, that they were just a part of the community there too, not just a number. So it was a special thing, always a special thing to see that. So thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'll go. Thank you. I loved your presentation. It just exuded community. It was just really lovely. Students, staff, your teams. Thank you. It's hard when a school changes so much because you were one of the biggest, and but you've kept your essence of family. So thank you.
Thank you.
Melanie, I loved your the way you presented and integrated the learner profile along with what you're doing on campus, but also adding as well the kindness and empathy, in addition to the profile. Thank you.
Thank you.
I love the sense of community that you created. And I think when you have that, when you have parents and your students and your staff, everybody pulling together, when difficult times come, like when you're having a reduction in a lot of students and declining enrollment and things like that, you can all pull together. And it's very apparent from your presentation that you have perfected that at your site. So kudos to you and your staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
You really made me miss elementary school. It just,
That was the goal.
oh my God, the videos and the pictures, everyone just looks so happy. So thank you so much for sharing this.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll say living in the community around Hidden Hills, I know it's a very special community, and I really appreciate all the work that you and your staff, the parent volunteers and everyone do for my community, for our community. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
All right, so next up is 10.2 resolutions. So as a single agenda item, the public will have opportunity to comment after all, do we have three? Yep, all three resolutions are presented. So you can bring up cards until the last one's presented. I don't know, do we currently have any? No, okay. Okay, so first up is Women's History Month. So curriculum coordinator Doran Marcus, please.
Good evening, and thank you for inviting me to speak here tonight in the name of social inclusion and to embrace Women's History Month in our district. So a little history. March 19th, 1911, over 1 million people in Europe participated in demonstrations advocating for women's rights, including demands for the right to vote, the right to work, the right to vocational training, and the right to hold public office, along with calling for an end to discrimination against women in the workplace. This was the inaugural observance of International Women's Day. Women's History Week was first celebrated in 1978 in Sonoma County, California, initiated by the Education Task Force of the Sonoma County Commission on the Status of Women. And the week of March 8th, International Women's Day, was chosen to coincide with the celebration. This local effort aimed to address the lack of women's history in K-12 curriculum and to ensure that the contributions of women to American history were recognized and celebrated. The week-long observance quickly proved insufficient to cover the breadth of women's contributions, and the push for a month-long celebration gained support. And by 1987, Congress passed a law officially designating March as Women's History Month. And since then, each president has issued annual proclamations to celebrate the month, recognize the specific achievements of women in various fields and the vital role they've played in American history. So as we journey through the gallery of these trailblazing women, each portrait tells a story of courage, innovation, and relentless pursuit of equality and knowledge. Ada Lovelace, the progenitor of modern computing, conceptualized the first algorithm intended for processing on a machine. Susan B. Anthony championed the women's suffrage movement. Marie Curie, the double Nobel laureate, revolutionized science with her research on radioactivity. Frida Kahlo used her art to explore complex themes of identity, pain, and resilience, becoming an icon of creativity and feminist strength. Rosa Parks' simple act of defiance on a Montgomery bus catalyzed the American Civil Rights Movement. Shirley Chisholm broke racial and gender barriers to become the first African-American woman in Congress. Wangari Maathai's environmental activism and founding of the Green Belt movement earned her Nobel Prize, highlighting the inseparable link between environmental sustainability and peace. Valentina Tereshkova ventured into space, proving women have a place in the exploration of the universe. Malala Yousafzai, a fearless advocate for girls' education, survived an assassination attempt to become the youngest Nobel Prize laureate, symbolizing the power of the voice of youth in the fight for education and equality. And of course, Kamala Harris, the first female US vice president in American history. And together, these women's legacies weave a tapestry of progress and inspiration, reminding us of the boundless potential of determined individuals to shape and change the world. And one of my favorite stories, Hedy Lamarr. I don't know if you know this story or not. It's a great story. Hedy Lamarr gained fame as a Hollywood actress in the 1930s and 40s. However, her most endearing legacy stems from her work as an inventor. During World War II, concerned about the Allies' ability to maintain secure communications, Lamarr developed a technology called frequency hopping spread spectrum, and initially designed to prevent the jamming of radio-controlled torpedoes by cycling through frequencies at random. The fundamental principles of her invention laid the groundwork for modern wireless communication technology, including Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and GPS, which is an awesome story. And another amazing story that's incredibly relevant to today and to COVID and to discovery of, and invention of the vaccine. Manuel Charpentier and Jennifer Doudna were awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 2020 for the development of the CRISPR-Cas9 genome editing technology. And their groundbreaking discovery allowed scientists to edit genes with unprecedented precision, efficiency, and flexibility. And their collaboration highlights the power of combining expertise across disciplines to solve complex biological problems, and has paved the way for a new era in genetic engineering. So as we transition from Black History Month to Women's History Month, we're reminded of the intertwined narratives of resilience, struggle, and triumph. And this moment offers us an opportunity to celebrate the contributions of all women and underscoring the importance of inclusion and equality in our journey toward a more equitable society. And across our schools in the district, teachers and students are celebrating Women's History Month in various ways. If you walk around the halls of our schools and visit our classrooms, you'll see many posters and projects that are being done in anticipation of Women's History Month. And I'm sure the same will be true as you're walking through these classrooms and halls during the month of March. There you can learn about all the work that teachers and students are doing to celebrate women and all of their important contributions across time. In addition to the many books that students and teachers read, we also have bulletin boards, lesson plans, shared slide decks, that teachers can use collaboratively. And then even one of our middle schools, computer science classes are building a women's history app to teach their peers about famous and influential women. And here's some more images that we've been taking across the district as we celebrate Women's History Month. That's an image of the app that's being developed on the right side. And that's it. And thank you very much.
Any comments or questions from the board? No. I just want to say thank you for being a strong ally for women. And I wanna just mention that, you know, as I look around this room and I see so many strong women in this room, and I know that much of why we're here today is because of the women in history that have lifted us up. And I look at our female students and I see the empowerment that they have because of the women before them, including many of you in this room. So thank you. Go women.
Go women.
Next, we have Arts Education Month. So that would be Visual Arts and Performing Arts TSA, Shavanta Eddington.
Good evening, and thank you for providing this opportunity for me to share a little bit about what's going on in our school district with our visual and performing arts classes for this Arts Education Month. The California Arts Education Framework was implemented in 2020 and really serves as a guide for how the California state standards can be implemented. It's a wonderful multi-100-page document that I love, I enjoy reading, and I often find myself digesting it so that the rest of our teachers are able to gain access to it. Here are just a few pictures of the many wonderful things our elementary students are allowed at are able to participate, not allowed to, but are able to participate, whether it's in their general music classes in our elementary school students, string, instrumental music, with our band classes, visual arts, and I know that hopefully you all saw the wonderful displays that happen in the boardroom, so it's nice to come in here to see them change every month. Drama program, so our arts education is really growing and thriving for our elementary schools. And as we move on to our secondary, students have an opportunity to really dive and dig in a little deeper with their electives choices. And there was no way I could go through all the slides for those offerings. We'd be here for quite some time, but there's just a few of many. And these all have happened just this year. Traditionally, we think about 4 disciplines, whether it's drama, music, visual art, and dance, but there's been a really big push lately to really include media arts. With a lot of our students, whether they participated in it on their own or have an opportunity to incorporate that digital part of arts, it's really becoming it's an important part in college and career readiness. So we want to make sure that we include it as a pathway for our campus, our students on campus. And I love the Hidden Hills presentation because as arts people, we realize that all of our strategic directions and the learner profile fit so well for all arts instruction. Okay, this is perfect timing because today I'm still buzzing, from I haven't had a chance to decompress. We had a wonderful time with our professional development day. I was able to put together and sponsor 24 sessions for our visual performing arts teachers and all of the staff that went into putting that day together, all of our presenters, whether they were our staff members or outside contractors. And I can't thank the San Ramon Valley Education Foundation Endowment enough because they provide us with a substantial amount of financial support in order to put those sessions on. And I want to also thank there are 3 folks who have been able to start some professional development for our visual arts students for elementary, and that's through a grant with the Contra Costa County Office of Education, the Lesher Center, and the Center for Community Arts in Walnut Creek. There are several schools in the county that have been invited to participate in 4 lessons. So the county STEAM coordinator creates standards aligns lessons and brings teaching artists to our school district. And so there are 4 lessons over the school year, and we're able to really participate in professional development. It's open to all of our elementary art teachers as well as 4th and 5th grade classroom teachers. And we know there's a long list of what arts education provides, but I think most importantly, it provides students with a sense of belonging, a way for them to see themselves and for others to see them. All right, I can't be here without mentioning Prop 28, but formally it's arts and music in schools. And we are looking forward to really being able to put all of those funds into play this coming school year. And I've met with our administrators and our staff to really start working on their plans for the FTE and the supplies that are going to be able to be purchased for our schools with that money. It's really exciting to see what it can do. I'm a little bit jealous because I'm not in the classroom to be able to benefit from all of the excitement that you get to see your students participating with that. But I really love looking at how it's being implemented across the district. And there are a number of ways that you can find out what we're doing. We have our big band, choir, and orchestra festivals coming up. And we have a spring community art shows. And this year we're adding an elementary art show. There are numerous dance performances and theater productions. And thank you for allowing me this time.
Thank you, Shavanta. Does anyone have any questions or comments?
Art is so important. And with my own children, my daughter's life was changed because of the program that she was in here in this district in one of our high schools. So I'm so excited about the fact that we actually have some funding and that the people of the state of California have recognized it had to be by ballot, unfortunately, but however we can get it, that arts are so important because you're totally right. That sense of belonging and sense of confidence and being able to actually put yourself out there, that gives the students an amazing background to be able to use in not only in their studies, but as they move on to college and all of that. So I'm so happy to be part of the strategic planning committee. And I know that you're not in the classroom anymore, but I can't think of anybody better to lead us in this process of prioritizing where this money is going to go. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how this all takes shape and the results and the benefits that our students get from it, because I personally know how much that can change a student's life. So thank you for all your work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, next we have Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month. Director of Student Services, Dave Kravitz.
Thank you, board members, Dr. Malloy, cabinet. Appreciate being invited to present this resolution today for you. In 2013, California designated March as Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month. This designation allows us to raise awareness about America's prescription drug abuse epidemic through education and community awareness events and actions. In the United States, 112,000 people died from a drug overdose in the US during the 12-month period ending in December 2023. 70% of illicit pills confiscated by the DEA had enough fentanyl in them to cause an overdose. Over 73,000 people died from overdoses involving synthetic opioids, primarily fentanyl, in 2023, which is up from 2020 of over 56,000 people. And 5.1 million young adults in the United States struggled with a substance use disorder in 2023, with a majority not seeking treatment. Locally, in San Ramon, Danville, and Alamo, these statistics are shocking, unfortunately, but real. In San Ramon, we had 23 non-fatal overdoses, in Danville, 17, and in Alamo, 7. We had 1 fatal overdose, unfortunately, in San Ramon, 0 in Danville, and 1 in Alamo. And as far as how many naloxone administrations that were done in San Ramon, there were 7, 8 in Danville, and 4 in Alamo. In our high school health classes, the curriculum addresses proper use and information about prescription medication and impacts on one's health. For our student athletes, as a part of our registration packet, we have a prescription opioid fact sheet. And it is required reading for all student athletes and parents, as well as information about risks, side effects, and options that are outlined. As you can see from the graphic there, we have the Spread the Word One Pill Can Kill campaign. That is a DEA sponsored program and Board of Education encouraged. And of course, we have April Rivero, who is the founder and executive director of the NCA-PDA, the National Coalition Against Prescription Drug Abuse, which her work has been going on, I believe, since 2010, and she could correct me if I am incorrect, but it provides drug use and abuse education as well as Narcan rescue medication education. At this time, I would like to introduce, in my opinion, a local hero, which is April Rivero, to come up and speak to a few of the important events that we've already put on with a partnership between the NCA, PDA, as well as our SRV Council of PTAs, and one upcoming event as well. April.
Thank you very much. The board has been recognizing Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month for many years. Unlike the town councils and the city councils that every year we're asking for resolutions from, I don't have to do that here because you recognize the need for that. And I really appreciate that. Going back to give you a little bit more history, the reason we have a Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month goes back to my son having passed away from a prescription drug related overdose. Student that started attending school here in the San Ramon Valley, 3rd grade all the way through Cal High graduation, off to Arizona State University where he passed away in his senior year. So in 2012, I actually connected with one of the senators. We were working on some legislation anyway, some other stuff. And I asked him if we could create this month. Joy's birthday is March 9th. It's just around the corner. And so we decided that March was the month we would designate as the special month. So anyway, based on that, then since 2010, I've been working in schools, giving presentations, primarily in the 9th grade health classes, but middle school, wherever we can get in the door, talking to parents and doing whatever we can. I've especially appreciated the partnership that we've had with the school district and many of the other entities here in the state, in the county. We have had these events here that are showing up here. May 15th, we did a fentanyl crisis event last year. March 11th, so very recently, we had another fentanyl awareness event. And then upcoming on March 20th, we're going to have our youth. So our organization has at least 32 youth, I think, on board right now. We call them youth ambassadors, and they work with us to spread awareness about fentanyl as well as prescription drug safety among their peers. So that's really amazing. They do a great job. So we challenged them last year and this year also to do capstone projects to actually take various elements of the prescription drug environment and do a deep dive on it. So they put together projects that they are going to read out on the 20th here in this very room. We really want to encourage people to come and support them. You know, they're doing really amazing work and they need to be recognized for that. Additionally, you're going to learn a lot from them too. And so I think it's really important that we all know as much about this, situation as we can. So you'll hear about party drugs, you're going to hear about fentanyl, and you're also going to hear about the prescription drug stuff. And then additionally, we teamed up with the high school students here, and we are conducting a fentanyl related awareness contest. It's an art contest. So we're going to be giving awards to both the capstone students as well as the art contest students here that evening. And again, the learning opportunity and then recognizing our youth for doing some really excellent work, I think, is important. Additionally, I want you to know that every 2 weeks, we have a virtual naloxone overdose training opportunity for anybody that wants to attend. So what I've done is I've left flyers for both the event I just mentioned, as well as the naloxone training opportunity back here on the table. So I welcome you all to take a flyer with you and go home and register for one of these trainings. It can literally save your life or the life of somebody that you really care about. These are the kits that you'll be given. So it's a naloxone kit. They're free. We get the naloxone from the state health department. We package them up and we give them out to community members who finish our training. So please check it out. Contact me anytime you want a special training for a work group or anything else. We're here to help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, April. At this point, I'd like to acknowledge the work that April did with the school district, as well as Kathy Rooney, our lead nurse, and all of our school nurses when we first brought Narcan to our campuses to provide and then also to train our volunteers, which there's a slide on this as well. But that work was very much appreciated and I'd like to recognize it publicly. Okay, so Narcan. Naloxone Narcan is a life-saving medication that reverses an opioid overdose while having little to no effect on an individual if opioids are not present in their system. So since January 2023, all of our school sites and district locations have a stock of Narcan present. The volunteer training includes recognizing the signs and symptoms of an opioid overdose, how to administer Narcan, then post-Narcan support as well. Fentanyl's in the news, obviously. We hear about it, unfortunately, every day. And it is a synthetic opioid that is up to 50 times stronger than heroin and 100 times stronger than morphine. It is a major contributor to fatal and non-fatal overdoses in the United States. So what are we doing as a school district? Well, through our school support staff, our counselors, our psychologists, our social workers, and our nurses, we provide various presentations, trainings, education, etc. And we like to break it down into the 3-tier levels. At Tier 1, presentations are provided to students and staff in collaboration with county offices and PTAs for presentations to students and families. At the Tier 2 level, we have a brief intervention for substance abuse or substance use. Its district staff trained through TUPE and the County Office of Education, as well as collaboration with school site teams and outside providers to support students' needs at school with a coordinated plan and refer families to resources in the community if needed. And then finally, tier 3 is collaboration with outside providers, families, and school site teams to support students' needs. Should look over here, sorry. Students' needs. Students returning to school from hospital or inpatient treatment programs through a coordinated plan. Thank you.
Thank you, April and Dave Kravitz. Thank you very much. Anyone have any questions or comments?
I guess a question for both of you, is there anything more that we can be doing?
We can always be doing more, that's for sure, Jesse. Mr. Renzi, April, do you have?
So, yeah, no, I think that's good. I guess one thing to ask is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but are we educating parents that anytime they get a prescription opioid prescription and get it filled, they have an opportunity to get Narcan? Is that correct? Yeah. Oh, sorry, April, make you move.
There's actually a law in place that says that if the doctor's going to prescribe opioids, they are supposed to at least offer a prescription for opioids.
Yeah.
I can't say it always happens. And I can't say that all parents would think to get it filled because they just can't think this, is going to affect them or an adult even in their own case.
Yeah, because I think that that's an interesting avenue to get Narcan into parents' hands in a easy way, because there is that law that exists that if you fill that prescription, you're obligated by law to be able to get that. And I do believe either the co-insurance on that is either 0 or it's very low. I probably depending on the insurance, but
Well, there's a new issue, and that is that Narcan or naloxone is now an over-the-counter medication.
oh, okay.
So that means theoretically it should be more readily available.
Okay.
However, it's not covered by insurance now in most cases because it's not a prescription medication.
Interesting.
It runs about $40 or $50 a box.
Hmm.
And so that can be pretty cost prohibitive for some families.
Yeah, just yeah.
To
Okay.
think, oh, it might happen, but they don't really think it will. So why bother, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why coming to our organization, we get it for free and we're happy to give it for
Okay.
free.
Excellent.
So I just implore everybody to seek us out.
So if people go through the training, they can get a kit for free.
And the training is really easy. So we can make that happen.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your work.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. All right, great. Thank you very much. So I don't believe we have any public comment. I'll give us a minute if anyone, no? Okay, all right. So let's move. Oh, now we have 10.3, guiding principles of AI. So Director of Technology, Kelly Hilton. And some team members, maybe? Okay, good.
Yes, good evening. Thank you for having us tonight. I'm really delighted to talk to everyone tonight about the incredible work that's been happening this school year around understanding and thinking about and learning about artificial intelligence and what that means for our classrooms, for our teachers, for our students, for our families, and for our communities. Before we get into what we've been doing in San Ramon, I want to assure you that this has really been a journey of shared leadership, as that's the foundation of our approach as a community. There's a lot of research out there, there's a lot of conversations, and our goal has been to work with different groups of teachers, staff, students, and parents to go through this continuous improvement of understanding it and then implementing things as we feel safe. So we're going to address that tonight. But I also want to start by taking a moment to pause and reflect on the impact of technology over the years. Right now, we're talking about AI, but my first classroom we had back in 2000, I had 6 PC desktop computers in my classroom, and we had access to Netscape and Internet Explorer, and we had these little discs called CD-ROMs. And those CD-ROMs were used for adaptable learning for students to sign in and pick up where they had left off and to personalize some reading, writing, or math or science initiatives. And so that idea, has been around for some time. It's just like AI has been around for some time. Another milestone in my career as an educator when technology advanced our instructional practices was in 2011 when Google Apps for Education Workspace integrated into my 5th grade classroom at the time. And we really saw an incredible impact of students collaborating on slides and docs and websites, as well as having access to Google search and being able to do research online. And there was a lot of fear at that time around what does this mean for education and how will students utilize this well? And what does this mean for digital literacy? And then another milestone, of course, was a couple of years back when during the pandemic, all of us as educators had to really leverage technology for our entire classroom. So as educators tonight, we really want to focus on our heart work, which is developing the humans in order to advance and keep up with the skills needed to understand technology. So tonight, I've invited a couple of teachers to come and share their stories with you, and I think you're just going to be as inspired as I am to hear from them and to work with them. And the reason I invited them is because every group that we've been working with this year, we've been having this conversation. What is exciting about this new advancement? Because sometimes you can really get excited about some new tools, but also what's kind of scary about this and how can we address this as a community? And as they're going to be talking tonight, I just want you to know that at the heart of their ideas is that as the tools change and the outcomes of learning have not changed. We are definitely still dedicated to deep learning and innovation and developing the learner profile skills, but we also have that same theme that we had in 2020, 2011, and in 2000, which is leveraging digital tools safely, which we're still committed to back then and now, developing guidelines and guardrails for students to practice citizenship, which is online and face-to-face, especially knowing that it's pretty much a big part of our world either way, and also designing the ethical practices to understanding digital literacy, which is important for our students to understand. So the teachers that are here tonight have been participating in what we've called the Instructional Technology Leadership Cohort. And thanks to our partnership with Ed Services and the entire community, we were able to advocate to have this cohort come together this year with the sole purpose of coming to professional development and start ourselves as staff learning and understanding about AI, so that this is the shared leadership model of what does this mean for us? And so each of them have been working with our incredible instructional technology coordinator, Jenny Hunau, sitting behind me. Thank you, Jenny. And she's been designing a lot of these professional development days. And when they come to professional development, after that one full day of learning, they go out and they have been sharing what they've learned with other communities in the district. That's looked like showing up at staff meetings. That's been hosting virtual or in-person trainings before or after school, office hours, coaching. They're developing their own understanding together with their colleagues. And some of our instructional technology leaders have been leading some parent nights as we develop in throughout the school year. So it's really been with Jenny's leadership with that team and given them the space to have these conversations so that as a staff, we can develop that shared understanding. So the first leader I want to invite tonight is Nicole Berglund. She's one of our elementary liaisons as well as an instructional technology leader. And she's going to share with you what it looks like in her understanding at this time in elementary school with artificial intelligence.
Hello. In elementary, AI is helping us to better meet the unique, diverse needs of individual students. For example, a teacher can find articles or readings online and they want to use them with their students so they can then provide access to the text much more easily because AI will adapt the text to the individual reading levels of students in the class. This makes it a personalized learning experience based on the unique needs of the students. We are also finding that it is a real time saver for teachers. For example, in some of the AI tools that are available, we can quickly generate ideas and activities for students. Last week, I worked with a 4th grade teacher as she set up a small group station. She used the AI to create the activities in each center. And then after AI generated the ideas for the center, she was then able to adapt and edit them, leveraging her own expertise. It was a really cool center to watch. This is super exciting stuff in the elementary world. We're really looking forward to seeing the use of AI expand as teachers and students become more comfortable using it.
Thank you, Nicole. Our next guest presenter is Kyle Costamagna. He is a middle school Pine Valley High School or Pine Valley Middle School teacher, and he teaches the elective for technology, as well as he's one of our first leaders to start having conversations with parents as well, and leading some parent nights. And he's going to share with you his findings so far in middle school, what it looks like.
Thank you for having me. I want to start with talking about someone that's inspired me for my whole life, and that's Fred Rogers, also known as Mr. Rogers. And to understand where I'm coming from, I have to tell a story. So Mr. Rogers, Fred Rogers, was attending Rollins College in Florida, and he was set to go to seminary in New York. And so he finished college and he started traveling north and stopped at his parents' house. And when he stopped at his parents' house, he saw television for the first time in his life. What he saw on the TV was 2 clowns, literal circus clowns, throwing pies in each other's faces. And he thought to himself, and he said, this is the greatest tool that has ever been created for distributing information. And we're using it for clowns to throw pies in each other's faces. How ridiculous. So Mr. Rogers dedicated his life to his love of music and his love of children to change the world of television as a pioneer at PBS, and of course, creating Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. That's the way I'm looking at AI. When I started to see generative AI come on the scene, really about 1.5 years ago, I saw it being used for all the most ridiculous things. And I see those ridiculous things and I see all the things that scare us. And I would call myself a skeptical embracer of AI. However, what I see when I really look at it is amazing opportunity for our teachers and more so for our students. For one, as an advanced technology teacher, I see an opportunity to teach digital literacy up to and including the ethical side of technology. I think Dr. Malloy said it really, really nicely when he talks about preparing kids today for jobs that don't exist tomorrow, for a world that doesn't exist today. Right? So we have the jobs and the environment that those jobs are going to be in is changing rapidly. I don't think any of us had heard of the job prompt engineer 1 year ago, and now that's becoming commonplace in the industry. And so this is an opportunity to talk to kids about digital literacy, how these things are working, and preparing them for the workforce. Part of my job as a technology teacher and technology leader in the district is to help work with teachers on how they can use it in their own classrooms. And I've seen a lot of success with how teachers can use it for learner variability and scaling their assignments, equitable access to information, and adaptable assignments. So I'll go through some of those. An example I'll give for learner variability is right now there's programs that can take any article. For example, I can take something written at the doctoral level, a peer-reviewed journal article, and I can scale it all the way down to be a first grade, second grade, third grade. If, say, I work with a first grade teacher who has a student who is reading at a higher level, we could upscale the reading materials so that all the class is learning the same story, but we're meeting the reading levels of the students. For our ELL students, our English language learners, we can scale comments. So for example, maybe they could read an article in English and the teacher feedback comments could be written in Russian for some of our Ukrainian students. Or maybe we could scaffold those so that it's half and half, right? A lot of opportunity there. As far as adaptable things, last year I had the opportunity to lead a math intervention group. And what I realized is that these kids just weren't interested in it at all. And how do they had what we call the will gap, right? We can't get them interested in the math. What are middle schoolers interested in? Well, Taylor Swift, right? So what if I could take the entire chapter of a math book and in an instant transform all of the word problems to be about Taylor Swift? So we were able to do that with some of our teachers today at our professional development. We took the standard 7th grade math standard of relations and proportions and created a whole word problem worksheet about ticket sales and finding the best price and all of those things, very applicable to middle schoolers in today. So I just see a lot of exciting opportunities, and I just feel honored to work in a district that is open to hearing these opportunities, and it's more than just open to it. Embracing some of these opportunities while taking the time to do so in a safe manner so that we can keep our kids and our teachers safe. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Kyle. Our next guest presenter is Samantha Goodman of Monte Vista High School, and she teaches social studies and AP social studies. And this brave teacher is going to talk to you about not only what is exciting, but also how the high school teachers are having conversations about the ethical use.
Hello, my name is Sam. I know I get confused as a high school student, but I'm actually a high school teacher. So I'll talk about two things that we've been focusing on over at Monte Vista. And the first thing is kind of giving staff an introduction to AI. So when I surveyed staff a few months ago, I asked them, what are your concerns, fears, interests? And two really stood out to me. The first was, what is AI? Is it like this robot that's included in my slide? Or give me a general overview of it, Sam. I don't really understand it. And the second one is, I'm really concerned about student ethical use of AI. So what I have been doing and working with staff, we're having conversations about what AI is. And we're looking at it as something that it's been here. If you have a Face ID on your phone, if you use YouTube, if you have personalized Netflix recommendations, that all uses AI. But now it has adapted into ChatGPT, Google Bard, now Gemini. And so we are having conversations and looking at AI as a tool that can really help us as teachers, but more so really impact student learning and student enhancement so that we can focus on those targets on the learner profile. So for us, and I think Kyle did a fantastic job of talking about what teachers can utilize AI for, the amount of projects, group work, differentiation of instruction that I have been able to generate for my students to meet each one of my unique, fantastic students' needs has been wonderful. And I have been able to do that by using AI. And so my conversations with staff has been showing them at the end of the day, our goal is to really, really help and enhance student learning. So that has been how we have been looking at AI for the first part. The second part, in order to address those ethical concerns of AI, we need to have that general overview or understanding of it. And the ethical concerns as a high school teacher that I heard echoed to me that staff asked me are, I believe that my students are going to use this tool to maybe complete an essay or complete a homework assignment. I don't really know how to go about it. Are we going to ban AI? Are we going to basically find a AI checker and say, oh, you used AI, you can't do well on this assignment? And my answer to both those questions are no. No, we are not going to ban AI because what is our goal as educators? We want to prepare students to be successful in the future. And if we just ban a tool that can really, really help our students enhance their learning and not teach them about digital literacy, how to responsibly and ethically use it, if we don't have that and I'm a high school teacher, so my students graduate and they go off into the workforce and their employment is using AI, we have done our students a disservice by not teaching them about this really, really fantastic tool ethically and responsibly. And my second answer to that question of, is there an AI checker that can find AI on essays? No, there isn't 100% AI checker. So now what we're going to do is we're going to do what teachers do best, and that is adapt. So how can we still ensure at the end of the day that students are, and I like to quote my alma mater, are learning by doing, are really going back to that learner profile? How can we make sure that they are enhancing their critical thinking skills, becoming effective communicators, collaborating with each other? And I'm particularly proud of what my high school has been doing because departments have been working together and they're reflecting on what assignments they have, assessment, group work. How can we adapt this so if I'm giving a generic prompt for a homework or assignment or group project, ChatGPT or AI can give a generic answer. How can I adapt that and evolve that so that students are still at the core of the learning process? They are still there at that education. So departments have been working together, looking at different ways to adapt and come up with solutions of that. So it's very much a work in progress. I mean, AI cannot be taught in a few 40-minute professional developments that we've been working with. But I am very hopeful and I'm proud of my staff for wanting at the end of the day what is best for our students, looking back and making sure that they are prepared for the future and they are going to be successful. So thank you.
Thank you all so much. And as promised, they're pretty amazing and passionate about this. So what I wanted to do before we go to questions is just also share with you what we've been doing district wide. So we started talking about AI as soon as it came out, as soon as it was released in November of 2022. We started training executive cabinet administrators on large language models so that they were familiar with it and could start thinking about what that looks like. And then AI has been just on the move ever since. All of the major companies have been developing it. Google has released Bard now. It's Gemini. Microsoft has Copilot. It's happening in the world outside of education, and we're really trying to make sure that we can understand it so that we can also make the best and safe decisions for our students in the class. But also layered in this timeline is what we've done as a community of working with the instructional technology leaders, hosting the fall conference that was a state of the district with Dr. Saba Kidwai speaking in the fall to community members, and then also bringing that back today to an incredible professional development day led today, where there was a lot of learning and a lot of talk about this again today. So it's really been a thread through a lot of work that we've been doing. And one of the things that this group, the technology leaders, first did was start talking about guiding principles. That was our goal, to have at least a framework for our community to think about and talk about AI. Now, it's not policy yet. That is something we're going to be working towards, but guiding principles, like what do we stand for? And again, we're doing this in that shared leadership model. So two broad shifts that really encapsulate the conversation and why we're having to write these guiding principles is because we don't just capture data anymore to detect patterns, and it detects patterns in data. It will analyze the data. So we have to really address that as educators. And additionally, it's not just providing access to instructional resources like when Google search came out, it's really automating decisions about teaching and learning in the process. That's what AI is doing. The other thing is in partnership with our teachers, you've heard their words and their passion about it, but the U.S. Department of Education has very similar key insights. This is what they recognize as AI benefits and key insights in teaching and learning. And if you're interested, I did print out what's on this slide, and I shared it at the front of the room here for people who might want to take it. It's just directly from their website. But some of the key things that are listed here are very similar to what the teachers already spoke to. Additionally, not only are we looking at what the federal government is, what guidelines they're providing, we looked at what the California Department of Ed is looking at, and then we're defining it for ourselves in San Ramon. And as part of that preparation, we've looked at partnering and looking at what other districts are doing as well, which means you start with executive leadership readiness, which we've been working with all of our leaders. Operationally in the IT department, we have procedures in place to make sure that any software that's integrated is going through our processes for safe student integration, data readiness, technical readiness, and security readiness. So all of that is in place. So that has led to our guiding principles. And when you take a look at our guiding principles, there's 6 of them here. And basically, we are really taking this vision of understanding that we already have deep learning and innovation as one of our goals, but how can we leverage AI to enhance deep learning and innovation? So that's the first one. The second one is how can we develop the learner profile utilizing the tools that are available to us, because they need human prompting skills in order to use the technology. And the learner profile has all the skills that could really align with doing the human prompting necessary in order to understand how to use that tool, and recognizing that that's a new skill that our students need to learn. The third principle is around instructional design. And so we're talking about how are we shifting our instructional practices, as Sam was mentioning, taking a look at current assignments and asking for the teachers to have space to think about how might we adjust some of these, knowing that this is available. Student agency, knowing that we are not just having the learner profile, but student skills. I need them having their own agency around it and working with students around that. Ethical use. And then, of course, I would say principle number 6 is one of my favorites, because we can't talk about any of this without recognizing that timeline, that continuous growth and safety. So this is going to be an ongoing conversation. And these principles were developed in September with the group, and they've evolved this is the second iteration of it. We shared these with site administrators, Deep Learning Steering Committee, Cabinet. We've gotten feedback from many different groups of teachers to just make sure that they have an understanding of it. And now we're currently working on sharing one principle at a time through our communications platforms. We've also built on the staff intranet, which is the internal side, a webpage for each of the principals with resources that align directly to that. So we're kind of trying to scaffold it for the staff as well, because we recognize that it's a lot. So the first month was around deep learning and AI. What does this look like? What does this mean? And then we have not just the description, but the inquiry questions and teaching resources for that. So we're really kind of working on providing all of that from now to the end of the school year, with the goal in mind that maybe over summer and fall, we can start talking about strategically designing lessons that are in the classroom for students. So the next thing that I just want to bring to the heart of this conversation is that blended learning is still more relevant now than ever, that it's not just the technology, that we will be continuing to enhance online and offline instruction as we are leveraging that technology as necessary. The other thing that I think is really unique and wonderful about our district is that with deep learning as our goal as an instruction, that is also very parallel to the deep learning that AI does, as far as what AI does when it's adapting and collecting data and improving its systems. So we're living in this parallel world of our students and developing their learner profile skills, as well as AI is learning about our students and developing as well. And so deep learning is happening all around, which is why that blended model and the human prompting piece is still at the heart of our work and decisions. And then I just listed here some of the things that we're doing moving forward. I mentioned that these are guiding principles, but we are also currently working on taking the acceptable use policies, and we're shifting the language around that to responsible use agreements. And we're adding a layer around artificial intelligence, and we're kind of on the circuit sharing those now with we started with students at the Deep Learning Steering Committee and got their input on it. We'd like to bring them to Senate. We're bringing them to principals tomorrow. So we're getting some input on what that looks like so that we can align that next. And then we are doing all the other things listed on there. We're doing some software testing of 4 different softwares that we thought were interesting. And then we're getting input back from teachers, and that we haven't implemented anything that is student facing. It's really teachers playing with the tools right now, because there's not a full implementation of any of these softwares yet in the classroom. So thank you for listening. And do you have any questions?
Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, not a question, but just what I say, I had the opportunity to attend one of the sessions today on AI. I wish I had more time today because Kyle, your session sounded amazing too. But the session I attended, also I think with Jennifer Bible, Cal High, also teacher, and what I saw was incredible. I mean, it's her session was about imagery. And just as you said, Sam, not only the benefits, right? She covered for their teachers, the negative effects, could happen and stuff, but also how to question, right? So and I'm thinking this is kind of training the trainers, and so the teachers will also be bringing this to the students and teaching them how to appropriately use, right? So digital literacy, but also critical thinking skills and everything. So everything that you've said, I saw today. So thank you so much.
So it's a new frontier for us. So I thank you for all your work so far. It's exciting and it's scary all at the same time. Do you have a feel for how many teachers across the district are playing with this or using it or, introducing it to their students at this point?
I think it varies, but as I walked through the halls today for the February 20th training, there were many sessions where there was a lot of rich conversations happening about how to talk to your students about it, how to just start addressing that conversation. Jennifer was sharing Adobe Express, which all of our students have, and they do have the guardrails in place for imagery. And that is our next movement with the technology leaders. We're bringing all of them to Adobe to get more fluent in how to do that in our classroom. So for the imagery piece, but for the language model, I walked into some Doherty High School partners talking about how to use the language model for research. Our media specialists and librarians, I've gone to many of their meetings. They are at the forefront outside of our district, presenting at St. Mary's College, what they're doing as far as the digital literacy piece. So I don't have a number, but I'm seeing a lot of people just grow on their own and really recognize, because I think we've been saying that we need to embrace it and we're going to define it together. They're starting to do that work together.
Well, thank you for your work. I appreciate it.
Yeah, to echo what Shelley was saying too, it's a like fastly changing environment where I remember I was messing around with GPT 3.5 and now we're at 4 and now there's these generative AI full-length videos that look absolutely real that are now beta testing. So it's great that one thing that I really appreciate about our district is there wasn't this whole like pause, like let's fight this, let's fight all the plagiarism. Because you could talk to a lot of high school students and they'll be like, I just run it through 3 or 4 different generative AI programs and I've washed it out and you can't even detect it. They've picked it up so quick. And so I just think it's great that we're going, all right, well, how do we use this to our advantage versus wasting time fighting it? But I also appreciate the balanced approach of the safety that's going along with it, because I think there's a little bit of a feeling of we're building the car as we're rolling down the road on this, and people are talking about safety and privacy and all those sort of things. So I think it's a really exciting time actually to be alive. And I love that. I appreciate the safety concerns and the pauses, but I love that we're really just trying to adapt so we don't miss the boat. So thank you. Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you.
I wanted to ask really quickly. I think one of the teachers who were speaking to us, Kyle Costamagna, I think you mentioned that he teaches a technology course in middle school. I would love to know, like, is that something that's happening at a lot of middle schools, or just because I kind of see it as like that perfect time to introduce media literacy before you get to high school. So like when you enter high school, you like students have this common understanding of what's ethical use, and teachers can use it more to their advantage and have these expectations of what students know about the technology and how to use it to their advantage. I was just wondering a little bit about that course and how that kind of works, if that's something that.
Thank you for your question. So the course I teach is called Advanced Technology 1. There's a few middle school technology course offerings offered. So some of them have to do more in the direct computer world with coding and things like that. Mine class specifically more addresses the hardware side of technology as well as innovations and the engineering design process. So we more look at how is this being created, how is this being implemented. I've got various units throughout the course. Most of them do apply to like the construction of technology. However, I have implemented a unit at the end that is called Humane Technology, based around the ethics of technology use. I don't know if every middle school has implemented this, but if anyone wants the information, I'm more than willing to share it with any middle school that wants to implement that.
Yeah, that's great to hear that you are teaching like ethical guidelines pretty early on. I think that's really helpful considering everything that needs to be taken into consideration. So thank you.
I'll also plug, we have a parent night next Wednesday, if anyone wants to come. And I'll be speaking that as well about how parents can be teaching this too, because we can teach as much as we want in the classroom, but really it's a partnership with parents. So I would encourage everyone to attend that meeting next Wednesday at 6. Thank you.
And I'll give Kyle a quick shout out. When I was visiting his school, I got to sit in his class for like 20 minutes and you can see just how engaged all the students are. So thank you again for your work you're doing. Yeah.
Great. Any other comments? No, we're good. Great. Thank you. Thank you to Kelly and to Samantha and Nicole and Kyle. We really appreciate all of the information. And I for one, with everything that you said, I also agree that media literacy is so important, and we're at the beginnings of a shift in how to look at that, and to have our students be able to learn from the ground how to look at media and digital literacy is extremely valuable. So awesome. All right. So I don't believe we have any public comment. Don't believe we have any public comment for that, so we'll move on to see where are we at next. We're at 10.4 annual update to the local control accountability plan, the LCAP, and the local control funding formula budget overview for parents. Executive Director of Secondary Education, John Campipiano.
All right. Hi, everyone.
Evan.
It's hard to follow that. I want to talk to those three more and what an amazing day today. The classified certificated professional development, so much energy, so much talent, so much love for our job and our students. So just want to plug that. Evan and I are here today to provide a brief update. We can go as long as you all want. We can go as quickly as you or public comments want in terms of covering the LCAP. We have a very robust process where we have very large engagement led by Dr. Kemp and Ms. Huardo. Evan and I have been running LCAP meetings, 3 of them this year already, with averaging about 70 community partners with us, which is huge compared to neighboring districts. So that's fantastic. So we're going to pop through some of this. And if you would like me to spend more time on it, happy to do so as we go through this. Each of you has a 26-page packet. It's also online for our community members of a formal and complete accountability mid-year with all of our goals, which are 3, and all of our actions. We have 50 plus actions. And so we are in the process now of sharing where we are mid-year, and we'll be coming back to you in June with a proposed LCAP for the next 3 years. And we will be going to our LCAP community group twice before that to share drafts of the LCAP. And for brief summary of an LCAP, we have funds that are to be principally directed to students that are English learners, foster youth, and low socioeconomic. And that those monies are used to create actions to support them. So we're going to go through some of that tonight. And I didn't go through all 50 plus actions. So the mid-year update, we have metrics, and each goal has metrics that will measure our success towards meeting goals. And some of those metrics are in place, and we will talk about those as we move forward. An example of a metric that is unknown is a test that hasn't occurred yet. Or in this case, we have a goal, a metric of increasing the number of students that complete CTE courses. We don't have that completion rate at this point mid-year. So that is in progress, unknown at this point. Then we'll gather that data. A known metric is our staffing. We have a metric to increase, have 100% fully staffed. We have that metric. It's in the packet, it shares it, and we can dive into those things. So when you review the packet, you or anyone online, you'll see that any mid-year outcome data that we already have, we included in the packet. And I'll give some examples around English learners in a few minutes. So the metrics are not as many as our actions. Each action has an expenditure aligned to it that Mr. Miller works on. It could be no dollars, it could be $4 million. And we have those expenditures that are listed with each action. Every action has that. And in the packet you have, and for the community, it lists where we're at for each. And you can ask questions on those, etc. Last spring when we presented, we went through some of the questions you had, and we've made some changes to actions. Thus, expenditures have changed. And Mr. Miller will be able to answer any of those if you have questions. So that's the outline of what this packet is for anyone. And of course, I love this stuff. It's not nearly as exciting as what we just heard, but it's so important because the students that receive these actions, we have a moral imperative to help them succeed at the highest levels. And that's the plan of the LCAP. So I wanted to go into one. I want to pause. We have 3 goals. I'm only going to share an example or 2 from goal 1, which is deep learning. We know our strategic directions. We bring them up every meetings. We know how important deep learning innovation is. And if you saw any of our sessions today, it's alive and well. So within deep learning, I pulled out some actions around English learners, which is one of the groups. So I wanted just to give a few examples of how this packet works, and I'll go quickly. We have an action, a goal. It's action 1.2 that says that we're going to create a master plan for English learners. And at this point, we are in process of that. So as this packet, anyone looks online or if you all, we have not completed that master plan. So the implementation level, it's partially implemented. We're in the process. We expect to be done with it soon. And we didn't allocate huge dollars to that because most of the work is being done internally by Deanna Zapia, Christopher George, and others within that. So that's one example of an action on goal one. Of course, I'm not going to go through all 50. I have a couple more just to show you and answer questions. This one is very important that every student would receive EL standards as the state outlines, and we could say we are fully implemented on that. And so we have guaranteed that students have that. I'm going to get to an exciting one next on what we've done for our English learners, which our English learners, I wrote the data down today, and let me just get the numbers for that. Our English learners in San Ramon, we have 1,200 English learners. And so our numbers have gone up. 4.2% of our students are English learners. And so this is an important district-wide goal. Mr. Miller obviously could outline later if we had time why the expenditures are larger in the budget, but we didn't line item that. But if you have questions on any of the actions that you see or expenditures, we can get into that.
I think the important thing to point out on the expenditure data is that it is still budgeted expenditure. So the total funds budgeted were from our adopted budget. Mid-year expenditures are just the updated budget from first interim. So there's still budgeted data. It's not necessarily that we've spent 688, but at the time of first interim, that was what we were projecting for the year.
Thank you. And I think that's important when you look at some of the columns in the entire packet. You may wonder why that's lined up that way. So thank you. And Evan can answer any of those. This next one is where this will be the last one I give in as an example, even though there's one other in the packet, because this is so exciting. If you were at our last LCAP meeting, Deanna Zapia, who was our coordinator on English learners, I want to read this one because it's so important. This is action 1.9. So each goal has a number of actions. We have over 50, like I said, actions of our 3 goals, but this one is so important and I want you to see in our community, see what we've done and accomplished. This action step supported English learners' academic achievement and thereby increased the percentage of students who make progress towards proficiency. And we have some really great stuff that we can dive into, but this is fully implemented. And I want to share what this is up here because it's a huge cost, as you can see, but within 1 year, we've added 11 sections, classes at the secondary level for students that are English learners. And that's exactly how this legislation on the LCAP is outlined, is we need to use these dollars to support our students in a deep way so they can have access and opportunity. So we have 11 sections we didn't have a year ago that are supporting our English learners. And then we have 4 teachers across the elementary sites. And to us, we went into deeper data at the LCAP meeting where we showed actual percentages of growth and how that works. And we don't have time tonight to go through all those, but we're making great progress. And as we come to you in June with a proposal, and prior to that, we'll run it by the LCAP committee groups, the community partners, we're going to come to you saying, here's what we think we should do for the next 3 years for our English learners. Here are the metrics to measure them, the reclassification rates, et cetera. Here's how we want to project the budget for it. So we're excited about that. And you can see it's a huge investment. So thank you for supporting that. And we're seeing great comments from our students. We're seeing data increase, et cetera. So we just wanted to give you an outline of it. I included one other one in this, but I wanted to stop on this. This is the point of this mid-year report. So you can ask questions if you're wondering, is something moving like we promised it would or not? And if there's questions you have about the actions, we take it very seriously. And we have different leaders that champion each of these actions. And so our job is to put it all together for you all in this packet and share it with you. So on that, because of how much time we've had on some really exciting things as well, I wanted to just jump to any questions because all of this is in the attached document that all of you have, the community has. It goes over each of our actions. So with that, I'll pause and see if you have any questions.
Great, thank you. Does anyone have any? Yes, Rachel.
So John, it's really hard to read the state report in a window this big. So can you kind of just articulate, I don't know if anybody else read it to the level we're trying to understand it, and maybe the community would too. There's a whole section, like the first few pages have goal 1 and then metrics. And then it gets to goal 1 and it goes through all the actions.
Sure.
Can you explain why there's kind of like
Right.
2 parts that are talking about the same stuff?
I would love that. And people make fun of me because I do love this stuff because I see it directly impacting our students. The metrics were created 3 years ago. We create metrics at the beginning of each 3-year LCAP cycle, and it's essentially our baseline data, similarly to our dashboard. that we'll do a better job aligning to the dashboard that we have here. So we expect to grow an English reclassification rate by 3% in 3 years. So we have a baseline number, we set the goal, and then the actions have to support that goal in that metric. So we try to have actions that directly impact so we can increase. So for example, we saw the secondary school students needed more intervention for English learners because the rate wasn't growing. We added those sections and we hope to see that data. So the metric keeps us, it's our scorecard. And we report this after we report it to all of you with community feedback. We turn it into the county for their review. And so the actions, when we started this, there were, and this always, I'm always clear with this, we had 8 to 10 goals as a district. With your approval of the strategic directions that Dr. Malloy helped lead, we've gotten much tighter, which I believe is connecting all the dots, where our goals are the same as the goals in the strategic direction. We didn't do all 6, we did the 3, deep learning, innovation, equity, and social emotional learning. And then we put all of our actions underneath those goals. So what you'll see from us, this one is more of a report card. Hey, are we missing anything? What you'll see from us in June with the help of our community partners is maybe even more streamlined. Those goals and what actions will help the students that the dollars are focused on, our English learners, our foster students, et cetera. So it is confusing document. We are always working with the state to try to make it more accessible. And this is what we have, 26 pages. And the next one, they keep promising it streamlined, because if it's just a document we turn in, it's not impacting the teaching and learning, I don't think we've met the goal.
And it doesn't achieve its purpose of being able to communicate to the community what we're doing and how we're meeting our intent or the state's intent or whatever.
And I think like what Deanna Zapia is doing with English learners, what Dia Mundell and the social workers led by Dave Kravitz are doing, that's the stuff our community and students will connect with. Like if you speak with them and they understand what we're doing for foster youth, that will motivate and empower people to do more versus this document. Because what the social workers are doing across our district, and you all that have been here for a while have seen this increase from 1 to multiple, and that's making a huge impact. And these dollars are directly being used for that. So we need to find a way to communicate this clearly, because we're doing incredible work. But this document, how many people are going to sit and review this document? And I don't want to sit up here and go through every action, because you all would not.
Well, and even just how would you present it? I mean, because it's hard, because what we're approving is a report that I know you're stuck with the template, and I'm not criticizing you because you're stuck with the template. But so if we have feedback on some of the metrics, that really just might inform the committee's work for the next 3 years, right?
Correct. And the metrics have to be, we have to have a better baseline moving in the next 3 years. Once we set that baseline metric, the county doesn't let us move it. So we weren't anticipating, COVID or different things that occurred, right? So we have to be realistic with our metrics that we can grow. And Kit Bragg, our Director of Assessment and Research, presented here, but he presented LCAP about what are realistic growth steps, so that we're not going to the community and the teachers and the students are going, we're not failing. These kids are growing, but this number was unreal.
So you have an informed goal, like it's not just 5%.
Yeah. And that really, the county has worked closely with all of us on that. Evan Miller, Kid Bragg, and I went to the county meeting because they saw that across the state, across counties, people were saying, we're going to improve by 12%. And that wasn't realistic. And then their community feels like everyone's failing, and that's not accurate. So they've really given us direction on how to set better metric data. And so what will happen is we will bring the metric data to you the first board, I think it's last May or first week in June, for you to review and the community give us input. And that's a great time for us to ask those questions around that. And we will be presenting in May to our community LCAP group. Look at these. What do you think? That kind of thing.
So one area where I was looking at, evidence of progress, right, in the ELA area. When all of us go on our site visits with Dr. Malloy to schools, at least every elementary school I've visited with, and they sit down and they show you the work of the MTS liaisons and all the teachers, and the digging into the DIPLS data and how it's informing intervention and how kids are moving from red to yellow to green to blue. If there is a way to capture that work and those chunks of improvement that are happening with those real kids, pre-third grade, pre-CASP, I would highly encourage you as a way to figure out how to measure that, because magic is happening at our school sites that CASP is not going to show for years, and it's going to show incrementally when it gets there. So if there's just some way to show the really good work that everyone is doing on that, I would really encourage that. And then I would imagine you could extrapolate that to math and to your English learners as well.
And we appreciate you bringing that up, and that is something we want to do because we are seeing anyone that's been doing this work for a while. We have better data than we've ever had. We're using it to inform instruction. And we did include a bit here from the Fast Bridge Fall, and you'll see it's working. So, you know, I'm trying to preach the LCAP is the work we're already doing, with the focus being on the three groups I mentioned: English learners, foster youth, and low income students. And I think we're all committed to that, right? We're all committed to ensuring that every student. So continue to find a way. So we will be back in front of you in Mayish, early June, to present our proposal for a 2-week, you know, viewing from our community and questions from you. Yeah. Anything else on the mid-year that I can answer or we can answer?
I have a couple questions so on the 2.5, the diversity K-12 curriculum, you had mentioned that it's listed that it's partially implemented. I'm just curious where we are. I know that as we've been visiting affinity groups and various student groups, we're hearing a lot about the diversifying of curriculum. So I'm just curious where we are in terms of implementation with that. And that's a big question. So you can just go, you know, you don't have to go into detail.
No, I think it's a great question. And we debated that in terms of, we don't think we're fully implemented. And I don't know if we ever really will, because of discussions that are occurring, you know, from Dr. Pettish and her team and working with our PD today. So what we are doing is we have seen ebbs and flows. So for example, K-5 social justice units we talked about 2 years ago, right? Different groups. There's a restorative program going on at California High School. That's amazing, right? And there's students leading that work, and like, how can we diversify? So it's hard for us, and you can see the total fund budget are zero. It's this internal work that we're doing. It's a very difficult one for us, Trustee Bratt, to measure. And that's why the metric is difficult too. Like, how are we going to come to an answer that we have? But I do know we have a mindset. We have those discussions. We have our curriculum leads at the high school, middle school. Elementary school was a bit ahead of us in some of that work, ahead of secondary in terms of their read alouds, et cetera. And so we're seeing that across our district. And so we're excited about that. We just don't know how to fully measure it. So that's something that we've been grappling with as a team, and how we're going to include that next year, because the goal of diversification is there's many goals, but in terms of the LCAP is, can English learners see themselves in the curriculum? Right. Can they see that? Can low income students, because we know we live in a very affluent neighborhood, right? And there's great things, but there's also, you know, when you look at our data, 7.5% of our students are listed as socioeconomically disadvantaged, right? So are they feeling part of the curriculum and the activities, et cetera? So it's an ongoing task. We don't have a full measurement how we're going to do that yet, but it's something that we continue to discuss.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And I think certainly I appreciate that idea of having that growth mindset around it, that it's never really going to be fully implemented because we're always moving deeper and deeper into it. And it's not fast enough for our students. And I just want to kind of remind us all of that we need to keep pushing and pushing so we can move faster into that space, because it's so incredibly important, especially as our district becomes more and more diverse. So
thank you.
And then I have another question. So there were, I noticed 2 goals where it says not implementing. So it was 2.10 K-5 social justice program and 2.13 leadership development program. So what does that mean when, in terms of from a county standpoint, when we created these goals 2.5 years ago, we committed to them and now we're listing them as not implementing them. Is that flexibility something that we are able to do?
Yes, that's a great question. So where the county will look at is, have we made progress on the goal itself of equity? And some of the actions will say, you know, this was brilliant, having the director of equity led this work. However, in 2.13, we haven't commenced the BIPOC Leadership Development Program, right? They're not going to hold that against us at all as long as we can show we're meeting other metrics within that. So not every action will contribute towards the goal.
Okay. And can I just ask specifically with these two, was that about bandwidth and time, or was that about strategic choice?
Absolutely, bandwidth and trying to focus the energy. And you all know Dr. Nguyen from some of her presentations, the work that we're doing across the board is incredible. So those are things that we weren't able to commence or implement this year.
Yeah, and then when we look at with our LCAP committee now starting on the next 3-year plan, and I know I'm a part of that and we're working through that. Will the committee have an opportunity to kind of look at the goals and the actions that we have in this previous plan, and what, maybe like some of these that aren't fully implemented or that then we have the opportunity to look at, do we want to include those? We'll be able to.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we have a great group that's been coming to LCAP. So if you're interested, we wanted to present this fully to the board first. And then we're going to be taking this and working off this document at our next meeting and asking questions. And what we're going to be doing is really aligning that, because Mr. Miller can go into the funds, but we have a certain money, let's just call it 7 million, that's given to us for these groups. We're going to be asking the committee of partners to say, does this action principally support English learners, right? And so we're going to be asking them to play around with this, because then what we have to do the next meeting, we have to bring that community partners, the LCAP committee, here's our proposed actions. And we're really committed to the 3 goals, right? We don't see the goals changing, but the actions may have to change. And so that's what I think has been most helpful about having a clear strategic direction, is we know the goals and now the actions may evolve.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll say that I've been on LCAP for a number of years now, and this I think is the 3rd cycle of that kind of 3-year planning. And I feel like this cohort, it has deeper student representation, which is really wonderful. So, and I without going into specifics, but I'm curious if there are representatives of some of these groups that we're focusing on with LCAP, whether foster, any of those groups.
There absolutely are.
Good.
And we were intentional about that. And, and our union partners have been great at this. Dr. Kim, Mr. Miller, Ms. Huardo, like we have, I think, the most comprehensive group we've had. And I think you'll see an LCAP plan for the next 3 years that is going to align with our strategic direction. So I'm excited about it.
Yeah, great work. Anyone else have any?
I had one more that I've made it's really hard to annotate in here, so you have to scroll and scroll and scroll. On the one related to it's action 1.5 related to CTE opportunities. I was surprised that you guys didn't take credit in the evidence, the welding program, and that the legwork is done on the construction trades partnership with DVC.
Yeah, we should. We're not good as educators to do that, but we will add that. And our team and Carrie Chamberlain and Jessica Colson, that's a magical program. So yes.
And I mean, get specific. 28 students are taking it, right? Because like this is supposed to be a community document that elevates what we're doing.
Because that would be a lot more impactful for a community than all the things under the action title, if they saw this was happening at this college, because it's been really impactful for our students.
And the next one is on Avid. And there's particular schools listed there, but it's just schools. Is that the schools that have Avid, or the schools where we're adding Avid?
Schools that have it.
Okay.
Thank you. And Dr. Pettish is going to present at the next LCAP meeting about the benefits of Avid and seeing what the community partners think, if that could support this work. So that'll be at the next meeting as well.
Okay, thanks.
All right, great. I guess that's it. Thank you so much, Evan and John.
Thank you.
All right, so next we have 10.5 public comment for non-agenda items. This item is for non-agenda public comment, an opportunity for our community to speak on the record about items not on tonight's agenda. We do have an agenda item for the book, The Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian. We ask that you speak about that particular book during that agenda item, which is 11.5. So if you speak about that book during this agenda item, I will stop you and ask you to submit your card for 11.5. And I think everyone turned in their comments, because I'm going to stop the the entering of the public non-agenda as public comment at this moment? Okay, so again, I'm going to remind everyone that during non-agenda public comment, the board cannot respond to comments because the topics have not been published on the agenda prior to the meeting. So at this time, we will begin. So we'll start with OJ Strogatz. Oh, OG, I'm sorry.
Good evening. My name is OG Strogatz. I'm co-president of the Danville Alamo Walnut Creek branch of the American Association of University Women, or AAUW. Our branch is committed to attending the district board meetings to express our unwavering support for the excellent public education to which SRVUSD is devoted. We oppose book banning because it reflects the imposition of a narrowly defined point of view upon the community at large. That approach undermines democracy. Why is this topic so important to AAUW? What does it have to do with what we stand for? I'll quote from AAUW's National Public Policy Priorities. Our priorities provide a basis for AAUW members' actions at the local, state, national, and international levels. Implicit in each is support for government agencies administering programs. Our positions are shaped by our commitment to being nonpartisan and fact-based, and to acting with integrity. AAUW believes that high-quality public education is the foundation of a democratic society and the key to improving economic prosperity and gender equality. We advocate equitable access to education and climates free of harassment, bullying, and sexual assault. We support academic freedom, civic education, protection from censorship, bias-free education, and responsible funding for all levels of education. Efforts to improve racial, ethnic, and gender justice must be embedded into every initiative. This includes working to eradicate intersectional bias and creating a culture of involvement, respect, inclusion, and connection, where the richness of diverse ideas, backgrounds, and perspectives is fully appreciated, understood, and utilized. SRVUSD's policies and procedures regarding curricular content are consistent with AAUW's priorities and values. We are proud to continue to support the district's work. Thank you.
Thank you, OG. Next up is Mike Arata, and after Mike will be Karen Koch. So Mike Arata.
Any parents watching at home with kids should remove them from the room. Your teachers and librarians have been able to normalize pornography like the books on the sign and approval of it by some students and by outfits like AAUW. The first row of books in the sign have already been exposed at board meetings, so those are unblurred. At January's meeting, I read excerpts from the depraved novel American Psycho. It's part of the collection at Doherty Valley's school library. Allison Usene, librarian there, was brought forward at a board meeting a year ago to defend the first 5 books shown. She was acclaimed as an intensively trained expert and professional curator of books. So I'll read some additional excerpts now from this library book that is read from last time at Doherty. It's American Psycho. It's a first-person narrative by a sadistic pervert. Last night, I watched a movie called Inside Lydia's Ass. I watched as Lydia, totally tan, bleached blonde hardbody, with a perfect ass and great full tits, while on all fours gave head to this guy with a huge cock, while another gorgeous blonde with a perfectly trimmed blonde pussy knelt behind Lydia and after eating her ass out and sucking on her cunt, started to push a long greased silver vibrator into Lydia's ass and fucked her with it while she continued to eat her pussy. And the guy with the huge cock came all over Lydia's face as she sucked his balls. And then the girl behind Lydia crawled around and licked the cum from Lydia's face and then made Lydia suck on the vibrator. That's all one continuous sentence, by the way. But wait, there's more, a separate excerpt. After a long pause, I say, I want you to clean your vagina from behind. Get on your knees. I want to watch. She rolls over, kneeling on all fours, her ass raised above the water, and I move to the other edge of the tub to get a better view of her cunt, which she fingers with a soapy hand. I've moved my hand to her asshole, which I spread, and with a dab of the bath oil, finger it lightly. It contracts. She sighs. I remove the finger, then slide it into her cunt, both our fingers moving in, then out, then back into her, and so on. AAUW will probably claim this is out of context. In fact, similar perversion and sadistic murder are relentless throughout this book. This book should obviously be removed in defiance of the formalized insanity displayed by Messrs. Newsom, Bonta, and Thurman. In fact, if you actually cared about the students in your charge, I don't think you do, rather than the demands of your sexual activists and other teacher unionists and AAUW and assorted other folks who support such things, you would coordinate with other school districts and direct that F3 Law, your law group, prepare a common sense action to require that politicians stop usurping the authority and discretion of local school boards. Shame on you for cooperating with evil instead. As I've said before, your inaction disqualifies you as suitable arbiters in such matters. Shame on you.
Thank you, Mr. Arata. Next, we have Karen Koch, and after Karen is Lisa Despro. Oh, I'm sorry, Karen Koch, I apologize.
I noticed in one of the presentations earlier for the AI program, there were guardrails for imagery. So that's kind of interesting, right? When you see the imagery in some of the books we're going to talk about. So this book is called Let's Talk About It. And a summary of our concerns. This book contains obscene sexual illustrations and commentary, obscene sexual nudity, profanity, and alternative gender ideologies. Even the pictures on the front are somewhat provocative. Okay, this is the content warning. You are, sorry, kind of new to this. You are about to access material that may contain content of an adult nature. These files may include pictures and materials that some viewers may find offensive. If you are under age of 18, or if such material offends you, or if it is illegal for you to view these materials, please exit now. That's kind of a joke, right? I mean, that's kind of an invitation to kids to keep going. Okay, I'm going to read from this book now. It sounds dumb, I know. And I mean, like, obviously, I know it's sex when a penis goes inside a vagina, but what about all the other stuff like oral sex or hand jobs or fingering? Do these things count as sex, or are they, I don't know, they own their own subcategory? What if you're rubbing someone's junk through their pants and they get off, but you never actually touch their skin? Is that sex or not? And what about kinky people who do these things that are totally sexual, but it's not like sex like spanking or being tied up with ropes and dangled from the ceiling. Okay, this is a book you guys have approved for the adoption of the 4 high schools in your district. So it goes on. Let's see. I don't know what sort of sexy stuff you might have done, but yeah, chances are you're not the perfect virgin. See, virginity is the silly label people come up with to describe a person who hasn't done a specific sexual act. Anyway, it goes on and on. And this comment about, you know, this group that spoke that doesn't believe in censorship and doesn't believe in banning books and blah, blah, blah. I'm sure there are books we could come up with that they would disapprove of, that don't belong in schools, that would be actually very wholesome and actually add to the education of children. And really or children and young adults. And that's really what you guys are here for, is real education. And this takes time and money and funding away from real education, this garbage.
Thank you, Karen. Next, we have Lisa Despro, and after Lisa is Kenny Branch.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Disbrow, and I think it's really interesting that I've heard the terms ethical, guardrails, responsible. I just don't see it when I look at these books. And I'm a kindergarten teacher. I specialized in kindergarten for over 25 years. And I would challenge you. Would you put any of the context or the text of any of these books on the table when your families are coming to register for TK or kindergarten? Would you let them know the trajectory that you're offering their students once they get to middle school and high school? I don't think you would. I would like to see banners with this content hanging on the walls of your school. Oops. So that parents were aware. This book is Gay by Juno Lawson, a transgender person. Is very interesting. It has a section on how sex apps work. Is that even any of your business to offer this material to children? How does that relate to the quality of their learning and being prepared for career and college as young adults? I want to read to you from how sex apps work. Number 1, upload a tiny picture of yourself to the app. Number 2, the app works out your location. Number 3, the app tells you who the nearest homosexuals or LGBT plus people are. You can then chat to them. Number 5, because they are near, it's easy to meet up with them. Meet up with them? These are minors. Doesn't that strike fear in your heart? The idea that your students would be using one of your books to access strangers for sex? I can't believe it. Every policeman in the San Ramon Valley knows exactly what can and does happen. We have kids getting raped. We have sex trafficking. What is wrong with you and your values and your judgment? You definitely are not serving the people of this community. You're in violation of moral, ethical standards that this community has. And I think that they should know more about what you're authorizing and not use your facilities.
Thank you, Lisa. Next, we have Kenny Branch, and after Kenny is Jeff Vanderhoff.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Yuri Brezmenov was a former propagandist for the KGB. One of his assignments was to brainwash foreign diplomats when they visited Moscow. He escaped to the West in 1970 after becoming totally disgusted with the Soviet system. He did this at great risk to his life. He was one of the world's experts on the subject of Soviet propaganda and disinformation. He warned us of the 4 stages of ideological subversion the Soviet Union used to transform free societies to a socialist communist government and how he felt it had its grips on America. Our founding fathers helped develop our constitutional republic, a form of government that allows everyone to live free from the strongholds of the totalitarian form of government such as socialism and communism. I have attended a few of these meetings and cannot help but think that what Mr. enough warned us about is happening in our own country. More citizens have died through the transition into communism than in all world wars combined. There is now blood on the hands of the current occupiers of the White House through their open border policies and the free flow of fentanyl into our country that has murdered many of Americans.
Excuse me, please stay within our jurisdiction. This is a school board meeting.
I see we are headed. I am here to warn you of where I see we are headed. My question to you is why we are confusing our children with this gender dysphoria propaganda and not warning them about the downfalls of totalitarian forms of government such as socialism and communism. They murder and suck the life out of their citizens. If those forms of government were so great, why are so many people leaving that lived in those countries come to America and continue to come to America? When the immigrants who have crossed our border since January 20th of 2021
Again,
realized
at a school board meeting, please stay within our jurisdiction.
what America has become, they will run like the wind back to their native land. Please start teaching our children about the greatness of our constitutional republic and not the demonic propaganda you are pushing down their throats. Through the COVID virus, parents through America have been awakened and will not let go of this movement to get back to God and the founders of our constitutional republic envisioned for America. Please stop now, or we will have no choice but to vote you out of office. There are far more parents in this community that feel the same way I do than agree with the demonic crap that you're pushing on our kids right now. And you're wondering why people are leaving this school district? This is exactly why. You need to wake up.
Thank you, Kenny. Next, we have Jeff Vanderhoff, and after Jeff is Bob Allen.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. I'm intrigued as I see the 90+ books that are approved for public consumption of our minor children. It flummoxes me. I'm beyond description and completely wowed by what's going on. I went to school 50 years ago. Back then, it was a dear Abby who said manners never go out of style. You know, we would rush across the parking lot to hold the door for someone, not to race inside so that I could be first in line, but out of a matter of courtesy. We've lost that. We were taught that, don't worry, God has someone for you. That special person, you'll meet them. I was 55 years old when I met that special person. And she's the delight of my life. Today, we're pushing kids into bed with others. It's shameful. It's absolutely reprehensible. I'm looking at a book here that's also been approved called A Court of Silver Flames, 740+ pages. And we're missing out on what's going on. The thrill of teaching the kids vocabulary words, how to be descriptive writers. The last school board meeting I was at, everyone focused on, I'm proud of my skin color. I'm proud of who I have sex with. We just had a month of gay pride. We want a month of lesbianism. It astounds me that we don't have a month of literacy. We don't have a sister school down the street that we're going to have a math competition with, reading, writing, arithmetic. Teach them how to be beautiful writers, to be descriptive. Oh, we don't need that anymore. We have ChatGPT and beyond. It's absolutely reprehensible to me. I want my kid to grow up and marry someone who's their completion. And I'm looking at this book and it's filled with cock and sex and fuck. And this is what we want our kids to be saying. It's inexplicable to me how this makes it into your school. And I was supposed to read this and I decided to talk instead. But if I had one of these and I'm an adult, one of these books on my desk and my wife walked past it, I would never be able to look her in the eye again, but we're giving it to our children. This is poison, pure poison. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Next, we have Bob Allen.
I'm sorry to interrupt the monthly performance of 50 Shades of SRVUSD to talk about the parcel tax. This will be an argument for renewing the parcel tax and approving the new one. I teach high school. As most of you know, I teach seniors. I can count the number of Starbucks cups, Phil's cups, Pete's cups that come into my classroom, along with Fruit Loops and other things that seniors grab out of their home on the way into school. Somewhat related, the love of my life, which I met at the age of 35, and he's amazing, and I have bought a house. And after renting for a decade, it was time to finally buy it. One condition was I wanted to keep working at Cal High, which has been my best teaching position ever. While we can debate what makes a good school system increases home value. And so, referencing housing and coffee, I present to you the parcel tax in terms of coffee. So what this is are districts that we like to be compared to, or we like to compare ourselves to. And I want to point out that the SRVUSD cup, which is way over here, terribly tiny. And this includes not only the parcel tax that we are asking to be renewed, but including the one that we ask, the new parcel tax. I think it's measure F. I forget which one. So I think I'm a math teacher. I love visuals. I looked at my students one day and I said, they drink a lot of coffee. We'll do this. The parcel tax works out to less than $20.17 per month. That is 3 cups of coffee from your favorite coffee house. The parcel tax supports teachers, it supports mental health, it supports a bunch of things, and it is essential to this district whose housing prices are amazingly high, whose school system is amazingly great. It's essential that these parcel taxes get renewed and a new one is approved. For those who want to check my work, I use proportions with the slant height. I was not going to calculate the volume of a frustrum or use calculus to compute the volume of a revolution. If you're 65 or older, you can even excuse yourself from this tax. You don't have to contribute this money to the school system. In short, SRVUSD's parcel taxes are a fraction of comparable districts. The parcel taxes are an excellent investment in your children and other things that you may or may not own. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. All right, that concludes our non-agendized public comment. So next we have 10.6 Association President's Report. So we'll start with Tammy Castelluccio with the CSEA.
Good evening. I'm Tammy Castelluccio, president of CSEA. We represent the almost 1,000 classified employees working in this district in clerical, technical, child nutrition, and paraeducators. Today, we had our all classified professional development day at Monte Vista while the teachers were at Doherty. We had almost 700 classified employees attend from SEIU and CSEA. We started the day with a keynote from Dr. Malloy and Dr. Stella Kemp. Dr. Malloy reminded all of us that our schools would not run without us. Thank you for that. Dr. Kemp spoke to us about shared leadership. It was a great day had by all. There were sessions that offered training in our positions, as well as sessions that offered SEL for our employees. Thank you to district management for offering these opportunities to our classified employees. We have started negotiations for layoffs. CSEA negotiates layoffs every year because a lot of our employees' salaries are paid through site parent ed funds. It's never an easy time, but we are getting there, and hopefully we will reach tentative agreement at our next session on February 23rd. We are also getting ready to start reopening negotiations for this year on March 6th and 7th. We are hopeful that our sessions will be fruitful, collaborative, and engaged, not only in discussing salaries, but contract language.
It is not only important for our employees to be compensated for the hard work they do for our students every day, but also contract language that will support the work they do. Thanks.
Thank you, Tammy. Next, we have, I believe Laura Finko, yep, for Servia. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Laura Finko, and I would like to acknowledge the Ohlone Nation, the Takan tribe. The Ohlone Nation is the indigenous people of the San Ramon Valley area, and we want to take a moment to acknowledge and pay our respects to their ancestral land. As I shared, my name is Laura Finko, president of the San Ramon Valley Education Association and the over 1,700 non-managerial certificated staff in this district. I'm here to report that with a near supermajority, that 78% of our membership voting, Servia has ratified both tentative agreements on salary and special education. We are particularly pleased with the work done on special education. This is a part of our educational community that has been in need of some love and attention. While we acknowledge this important step in our journey, we are still on the journey and have not yet reached the destination. Our next steps include modernizing our safety article to meet our members' needs in this post-COVID era. Servia members need to know that they are supported, and an updated safety article is a great first step in doing so. Additionally, we look forward to partnering with the community, as Mr. Allen shared, in our next phase of supporting our students with the passage of both the renewal of the parcel tax and the expansion. Together, we can ensure that our students continue to have the best educators and the best supports available to them. We also look forward to the board, our trustees attending the El Costa Service Center Board of Education school board breakfast this weekend, and enjoying the conversation and the celebration of our partnerships together. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. All right, so we move on to, I assume Carrie's not here, right? Yeah. We move on to 10.7, student board member report. Anya?
So the Equity Steering Committee met 2 weeks ago. And then we had the student committee right before, and we were talking about the ethnic studies curriculum, and students were prompted with questions to think about the curriculum, what they wanted to see from it. There were a lot of middle schoolers there who will be experiencing the course in a couple of years. So that was really great for them to provide that insight. We had a presentation on the work that's being done by all those and with English language learners, which is really great to hear about. It was similar to the one we heard for the LCAP committee as well. And then we wrapped up with the students sharing about the ethnic studies curriculum to the entire committee on a panel. And there were questions about addressing the maturity level of those who are going to be experiencing the class most likely as freshmen, given that the course has been primarily geared towards upperclassmen, so the shift that's going to have to be made. Addressing conflicts in the world when we're talking about ethnic studies and inclusivity and how to handle that. How to pack a lot of information into one semester. We're a very diverse community making sure that everyone feels reflected in the curriculum and accepted, and how each individual class will kind of be tailored to the students who are in it. That's kind of what students are hoping from it. And I think the fact that student input is being incorporated into the curriculum writing this early on is really promising, of the fact that this course is going to serve, the emotional needs of students while educating them in a very, on material that's typically taught at the college level, like for them to have that broad worldview and to be able to look at different issues. And I think that it's really great, especially when we're looking at advocacy work. We had students talk a little bit about how they would feel comfortable discussing issues with administration, being given the tools to do so through this course. So I think a lot of that discussion was really, really valuable. Deep learning and innovation also met. We got to hear everything about artificial intelligence that Ms. Hilton presented to us today. And we had students providing input. We talked a lot about how different grade levels would adjust to artificial intelligence. I ended up sitting with the parents. There was a lot of apprehension from them, where I feel like there was more excitement from students. So I think having student input throughout all of this will be really valuable, because I think there is a difference based on just generations and just being like accepting to new technology. So I think students have a lot to share in that avenue. The student Senate meeting got canceled for this month just because of low attendance before the 4-day weekend. So all of the committees are still, or subcommittees are meeting, on their own to discuss their work with student voice, equity. I think our equity group actually will be reaching out to a couple of you or attending your office hours on presenting on Arab Heritage Month, possibly as a resolution. I know some of you have heard about it, so that's also something to look out for. And then I'm offering office hours this Thursday from 4:30 to 6. As of now, all the slots are filled, which is wonderful. And then we also created a wait list, so there are a couple of signups if anyone else wants to be on the wait list in case someone isn't able to make their time. So yeah, that's all I have for today.
Great, thank you so much. So next we have 10.8 Superintendent's Report.
Thank you, President Brad. And I'm going to use my time to share something that we're really excited about. And last meeting, I was able to, when we brought forward the dashboard report, speak about how years of work have gone into building what I call our strategic vehicle, the strategic directions, our learner profile, our metrics, our dashboard, and that all of our reports align. So in order to try to tell that story in different ways, we wanted to illustrate that in a video. And it's a video that we can use all over the place to help people understand who we are. So for my presentation tonight, I would just like us to share that, and a special call out to Logan Bennett, who is actually the creator of this video. Our very own Logan here has done a brilliant job with many people to support. So Logan, if you could hit the button for us, please.
Everyone at San Ramon Valley Unified School District is helping broaden the definition of success. Why? So our students can thrive. What does it mean for our students to thrive? At SRVUSD, we are guided by our strategic directions. The components that support our work are stewardship of resources, shared leadership, culture of responsiveness, equity, social emotional well-being, and deep learning and innovation. SRVUSD's learner profile ensures that upon graduation, all students will be critical thinkers, creative contributors, intentional collaborators, adaptable learners, and effective communicators. Our learner profile is the evidence of students thriving.
I feel like a lot of the things that I learn in classes, even though it's mostly academic stuff, I've been able to cultivate a lot of important skills that I'll need in the future.
At SRVUSD, we create deep learning environments that empower students to own their learning, find purpose and joy in their education. We design instruction to provide learning opportunities and environments that allow our students to be creative by having choice throughout the process of their projects, their presentations, and demonstrations of understanding. Starting in elementary school, we help students find their passions and strengths, connecting students to careers and pathways that lead to success after graduation. Through their education, students strengthen their social emotional competency and effective decision-making skills. Students gain essential digital literacy skills for navigating a technology-driven world. By offering a variety of career technical education courses, we enable students to gain new skills, techniques, and experiences. With a focus on industry-aligned skills, students discover career pathways that align with their interests and talents.
I'm a physical learner, so to do things, I have to do it on hands-on, and it's fun here as well because you have someone that can teach very well, and I have a very welcoming environment here.
We remain academically excellent while we broaden the definition of success. We provide students robust learning opportunities without compromising foundational skills. In reading and writing, elementary teachers are embracing the science of reading and literacy instruction. In math, teachers are creating building thinking classrooms where students stand up, collaborate with peers, and think through challenging problems.
It's not your standard learn, take notes, and then do the problems. It's less robotic than that. You get
to have the flexibility to kind of like learn at your own pace, like by using the boards and take notes like on what you feel like you would benefit.
We don't do this work alone. We've created the conditions for shared leadership with our high quality and diverse staff who are all working together to make our schools the best they can be for our students. SRVUSD has an outstanding partnership with our community, parents, caregivers, and volunteers. Our volunteers devote time, talent, and support to our classrooms, at our schools, on our committees, in our lunchrooms, on the playgrounds, and beyond. To ensure our students thrive, we support students' academics and social emotional well-being through precise instruction, effective feedback, and effective intervention. Throughout the school year, we conduct social emotional well-being screeners. We implement social emotional learning programs, maintain wellness centers at all 4 high schools, and have mental health support professionals at every school site. We engage in continuous cycles of improvement, committed to safe and inclusive learning environments for all.
Being at a place where you know that you're part of a community and you can learn new things and figure things out and just be surrounded by people that you enjoy spending time with. Just school in general makes me happy.
Why do we do all this? Because we are SRVUSD.
And that last picture says it all. That's what we want for our students. That's what we want for our staff and our community. But I think the most important message I'll close with is, because the strategic vehicle is in place, we are now about the work. It's actually a different energy than what we've been doing the last couple of years. We are engaged, we are supporting the work, and then monitoring its impact, which is why when we come to see you every month in this space, I know you connect with our community and with us in other places as well. That's where I'm hoping you're seeing that clear through line from what we say we believe all kids need to thrive academically, socially, et cetera, and then what actions we're taking, and then what's happening because of those actions, and then what we're going to do based upon the information that we learn from. And it just cycles. And so thank you for your time. I just wanted to use my time to share that new resource that we've just created in the last couple of weeks.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that great video. Thank you, Logan, too. All right, so we'll move on to action items, public hearings. So 11.1, acceptance of the 2023 Parcel Tax Oversight Committee report. So that will be Assistant Superintendent of Business Operations, Dr. Stella Kemp.
Yes, good evening, trustees. Before we invite our chairperson up to share the report with you, I just want to thank our committee for their work this year and Mr. Miller for his support to the committee. Bumil Shaw is the chairperson for the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee, and the annual report is provided to the board as part of the voter initiative for the renewal of the parcel tax in 2015. So thank you for being here this evening. I also would like to recognize Paul Gardner is here as well from the committee. You guys might know him. And yes, so Mr. Shaw, it's over to you.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for inviting me this morning, for this evening. My name is Bumil Shah. I have 2 kids, one at Coyote Creek Elementary and another at Gale Ranch Middle School. So this has been a fascinating experience participating. For those of you who are listening, consider volunteering next year. These are the committee members. This is my 2nd year on the committee. I'm the chairperson, and then some of them are on their 1st year. I want to especially thank Stella and Ivan for guiding us through this whole process. So why do we need a parcel tax? As most of us know, the state goes through a boom and a bust, and this additional source of revenue keeps funding possible for some of our core educational programs. Here's a brief history of the school district's parcel tax. The last Measure A passed in 2016. Currently, we collect $144 per parcel. That roughly adds up to about $6.9 million a year. The Measure A ballot that passed in 2016 was very specific about how those funds could be used and could not be used. So the funds are specifically targeted for educational programs for teachers, for career and technical programs. And no offense, not meant for administrator salaries. The measure A also specifies a need for a parcel tax oversight committee, which I'm a part of. And this committee is required to oversee that the revenues raised are spent as intended by Measure A. So it again goes towards the educational programs. The process we go through, I won't read through all the bullet points, but we met a few times this past year, and we reviewed the financial records. So we looked at the revenues that were raised, and we also got some reports from the Office of Auditor and Controller of the county, and additional reports on how that revenue is spent. So there are documents that we, as a committee, reviewed on how the revenue that is raised, what is it spent against. Here's a brief summary of that. So as I said, roughly 6.9 million was raised through the parcel tax, and that funded roughly 51 FTEs in the classrooms. This is across elementary, middle, and high school. So a total of 51 positions that are funded by the 6.9 million that was raised. So based on the review of our the financial records, the unaudited actual report and the preliminary audited financial statement, the committee unanimously approved and suggested that the funds were spent as intended by Measure A, and no administrative salaries were funded by these revenues. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Shah. Does anyone in the board have any questions? Nope. Okay, we do have one public comment. So that would be Mike Arata. So Mr. Shah, if you could step aside because Mr. Arata will come up to give his public comment.
What's unfortunately missing from the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee report is the fact that parcel tax proceeds are fungible, whether they are separately accounted for in some specially denominated fund or simply mixed in immediately with the general fund. To the extent that parcel tax dollars fund salaries and benefits for teaching personnel, i.e. the $6.9 million shown in the presentation for that purpose, the parcel tax dollars free up general fund dollars to be spent on something else entirely, including administrator salaries. In the inevitable Me Too catch-ups that occur after your teacher and classified unions have gotten new raises. The report shows the current $6.9 million proceeds of 2015's Parcel Tax Measure A, indeed as funding about 51 full-time employees. You know as well as I that this is a full-time canard, and that you don't actually need the parcel tax to fund those positions. You know as well that the Oversight Committee is limited by the data that's fed to that committee by your administrative staff. You know also that the services portion of your first interim anticipated expenditures for this current 2023-24 school year total nearly $67 million, up from $31 million just 3 years ago, and that services include external consulting and other miscellaneous services. These will include firms that may now become contributors to the parcel tax campaign, right along with your other SRVUSD vendors of goods and services and your 501c3 PTAs. And that will match the customary scheme that's been in place in the past, utilized in every one of your new money campaigns. It's a scheme which looks and smells like shakedowns and kickbacks. Meanwhile, you've set aside nearly $1.5 million for your internal expenditures in promoting or conducting the election for what are now measures E and F. You could have consolidated with the March primary election and saved at least $1 million, but that would not have let you target your known yes on taxes voters so readily. Meanwhile, you've used other taxpayer dollars for glossy promotions of the parcel tax measures up until the time when you officially adopted them. Those promotions stopped short only of saying vote yes on the new taxes. So again, you should stop deceiving the public about parcel tax dollars, how they're used, and the fact that the general fund dollars they free up then get used for a multitude of other purposes. And once again, including administrator salaries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arata. Does anyone on the board have any further comment?
So I've shared here before that I was a chairperson for the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee for 3 years. And that was before I became a board member or went to the dark side, as some people say. I can tell you that there is no feeding or limitation of the information that's given to the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee. If the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee wants to see more information from the school district about their budget or about how the money is spent, they're more than willing to do that. The reason why originally that we funded teachers was because we felt that had the biggest impact on our students, rather than parceling out those amounts of money to smaller or different things in the budget. And while it's true, it may free up funds to do other things with. Generally speaking, if you look at our budget, we are one of the most underfunded districts in the state. So that's why we ask our community, who benefits from a strong school community and strong school district, to help fund the school district and our students. Because our property values, the safety in our community, the community feeling that we have here, the civic participation of our students, everybody in our community benefits from that. There are no smoke and mirrors. There are no trying to put anything over on anybody. We're simply trying to fund the programs and give the education that we think our students deserve and that our community expects. That's all that's going on here. And as one of the speakers eloquently said with his illustration a little while ago, if you look at the districts around us, they all have parcel taxes, and ours is the most minuscule. So I would just ask you to look at the facts, and if you have any question about anything that's going on, my door is open. You can certainly approach me and I'll give you whatever information that I have. But we have always tried to be as transparent and open about what that money is used for. And if community members have a better idea about how it should be accounted for, by all means, please give us that input.
Thank you, Shelley. Can I get a motion to approve item 11.1?
I'll move to approve to accept the 2023 Parcel Tax Oversight Committee report.
Second. The motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Ordway. Roll call vote, Student Board Member Iapan.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shaw, for your leadership on the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee. We really appreciate it, and for the entire committee and staff that has worked on this. So, thank you. All right, so next we'll move to 11.2, public disclosure of the major provisions of the 23-24 San Ramon Valley Education Association agreement in accordance with the requirements for AB 1200, AB 2756, and Government Code 3547. So that's Assistant Superintendent of Business Operations, Dr. Kemp.
Yes, good evening, trustees. So 11.2, 11.3, and 11.4 kind of go together, but you'll take action on them individually. I want to start by congratulating both of our bargaining teams for their work to come to this agreement that was ratified by our SRVUSD membership last week. And I wanted to share that following the ratification of the bargaining agreement, the next step is for the business office to prepare a document called the AB 1200 document that we submit to the county office. This is required because this document is intended for the public to be aware of the known costs associated with proposed collective bargaining agreements before it becomes binding to the school district. And the law requires that the superintendent and the chief business officer certify in writing that the cost under this collective bargaining agreement can be met by the district during the term of the agreement. So you have a public disclosure form that's in your packet, along with a letter from the county CBO. In this agreement, the district will rely on a combination of assigned fund balances, one-time restricted funds, and ongoing reductions in the current year to provide for the cost of the agreement. These adjustments you will see in the second interim report at the March 5th board meeting. In addition, for the district to maintain fiscal solvency, we will commit by adopting a resolution to identify and implement ongoing reductions of at least $10 million for the 24-25 school year. And these reductions will be implemented as part of the 24-25 budget adoption. And that resolution is coming to you later this evening. The proposed reductions will be reviewed at the board workshop on February the 26th. And by the way, the county has reviewed this plan and has submitted a letter to support the proposed agreement.
Great, thank you, Dr. Kip. Does anyone have any questions at this point? No, and we're not taking action on this. It's on 11.3. All right, great. So we'll move on to 11.3, consideration of approval of tentative agreements between the San Ramon Valley Unified School District and the San Ramon Valley Education Association for the 23-24 school year. So that would be Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Melanie Jones.
Thank you, Trustee Bratt. And just to kind of elaborate on that important information that Dr. Kemp has shared, I just want to make sure that I note, before I give you some brief highlights of the tentative agreements for two of the outstanding articles that we've sunshined the district and Servia for our annual reopener negotiations this year, that part of our ongoing commitment through not only our LCAP goals, but our district data dashboards is to make sure that given the state and nationwide teacher shortage, that this is a very intentional strategy and goal to be able to continue to attract and retain highly qualified teachers for our students. And so it does require a commitment on behalf of our trustees and our district to be able to provide ongoing salary increases and enhancements to working conditions for our teachers. So I'm going to briefly go over and just highlight some of those enhancements that are outlined in these tentative agreements. The first of which is the Article 21 on salaries. And again, just brief highlights I want to share in terms of ongoing salary increases. We want to obviously make sure that we remain competitive, not only in our regional area, to be able to attract and retain teachers, providing an ongoing salary increase. Although we always want to do more for our employees, we felt that being able to provide a 6% ongoing salary increase and a one-time payment of 1% was going to be something that we were going to be able to commit to this year. In addition to gosh, I can't even say that word this evening. Attracting and retaining special educators here in San Ramon Valley, we have agreed to a new special services salary schedule for our special educators to provide an enhancement, increases the work year for our special educators, and provides a salary increase as well. The tentative agreement also includes a contribution to the Retiree Benefits Trust, and also some enhancements to the extra services salary schedule, which provides additional stipends for the fine arts at the elementary and middle school levels that don't currently exist. In terms of our special education article, this is a new article that we were able to come to tentative agreements on that we're very proud of and excited about, that it provides many new enhancements and supports for our special educators and the students that they serve here in San Ramon Valley. So at this time, we're going to ask that you approve the tentative agreements between Servia and San Ramon Valley Unified School District on salaries and special education.
Great, thank you. Does anyone have any questions or comments? No? Can I get some action? Motion?
Yeah, I move that we approve the tentative agreement.
I second.
The motion was made by Board Member Van Zee and seconded by Board Member Clark. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapan.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you for your hard work and thank you to Servia as well. Next, we have, hold on, I have to find my scripture. Okay. 11.4, consideration of resolution number 60, 2023, directing staff to develop a fiscal solvency plan. So that would be Assistant Superintendent of Business Operations, Dr. Kim.
Yes. Again, would you like for me to read the resolution so the public can hear it, or what's the will of the board?
Does anyone have any request to read it? It's in our packet.
I think we all already read it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Perfect. Well, this is the resolution then that would provide direction to the staff to bring $10 million worth of reductions in the adoption of the 24-25 budget.
Does anyone have any questions on the board? Comments? No. All right. We do have one public comment. Mike Arata.
To me, this is a cynical ploy with the intended effect of helping push the district's two parcel tax measures on a May 7th vote by mail only special election, very expensive one thereby. It suggests dollar desperation, trying to convince taxpayers that unless $10 million in savings can be identified, apocalyptic disaster will impend. Reality tells a different story. The district's first interim budget report for this school year shows total general fund anticipated spending at $79 million more than 2 years ago and $42 million ahead of just a year ago, despite rapid drops in enrollment. Hopefully, attentive voters will note the false alarm, the cry wolf dramatized scheme, and reject both the so-called renewal and its sneaky CPI escalator clause, and also the companion flat $98 addition in these two parcel taxes, hopefully to reject them both. Long and short, SRVUSD doesn't need the parcel tax increases, and taxpayers don't need falsely rung alarm bells, such as this $10 million saving commission and all the panic it seeks to create.
Thank you, Mr. Arata. All right, so we need to take action on this.
I move approval of this resolution. And I'd just like to add the clarity that both Dr. Kemp and Ms. Jones relayed about that these cuts are so that we can afford the tentative agreement that the agreement, it's not tentative anymore, the agreement, with the whole intent of that we need to be able to continue to attract and retain and have good working conditions to attract and retain our teachers. Because if you read the newspapers or listen to the radio or watch TV or read the internet, there is a teacher shortage, and we have to be able to compete to have excellent teachers and to continue having excellent teachers. So long-winded, I move approval of the resolution.
Second. The motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Ordway. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapan.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Next, we have 11.5, consideration of an appeal to remove a book. So that would be parent Julia LaFawn, I apologize, yeah. And Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Debbie Pettish. Each get 3 minutes. So we'll start with you, Ms. LaFawn.
Thank you. Dear board members. Okay, thank you. Dear board members, first of all, thank you for giving me this time to voice my concern regarding the education of our children. I am here to challenge the book, The Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian. I have a literature degree from USF, and I know how literature is used and interpreted. At the beginning of the year, I wanted to know what books my son would be reading in English, but the syllabus only listed one book for the entire year. No curriculum was listed except Romeo and Juliet. There was a separate Amazon wish list of books. At back to school night, I asked our son's 9th grade English teacher, Mrs. Jagir, to provide the list of books that would be assigned in the classroom. Mrs. Jagir replied that the students were not assigned books and that they were free to select any books as free choice reading. With this knowledge, we helped our son Gabriel carefully choose books that we thought were appropriate for his grade and maturity level. However, in early November and without notifying us, Mrs. Jagir did in fact assign one book to her class. Surprisingly, it was neither Romeo and Juliet nor any of the books listed in the Amazon wish list, but The Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian by Sherman Alexie. We rapidly noticed that our son was disturbed by this book's content, calling it in his words, weird, and writing sexually charged comments in his notebook, which prompted us to look further into this book. We were shocked to find that The Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian was full of racialized language and disturbing sexual content that, in our opinion, has no place in a 9th grade classroom. The book includes a description of the protagonist fulfilling his sexual desires by masturbating with the use of pornography. He praises the act, normalizes it, blasphemes, degrades women and motherhood in the passage attached to my complaint. I am the primary educator of my children, and SRV is the active partner. We tried to stay abreast of what curriculum would be used so we could head off any sexualized content being used in the English class, and we were denied. We were caught by surprise and left to deal with the consequences. The vast realm of English literature includes hundreds of books from the point of view of persons of color, discussing topics of poverty, race, and class, such as The Alchemist, Boys in the Boat, Great Expectations, Of Mice and Men, A Tale of Two Cities, The Birchback House, and many others. These examples illustrate that the district does not need to include books with crude sexual content in order to fulfill our kids' learning objectives. The district's claim that it wants to include literature that provides a window into different points of view and experiences. However, I do not find it appropriate to include a window into sensitive areas of people's personal lives, such as what happens in their bedrooms and bathrooms, especially for children without their parents' consent. The sensitive content in this book should prohibit its use in instructional settings, especially since SRVUSD has failed to stand by their own policies of choice and inclusion. In doing so, they have broken our trust, which harms our community. According to the
Please wrap up.
SRV,
Please wrap up.
okay, I am. It's almost done. According to the SRVUSU website, the #1 goal of the district is an inclusive learning environment. I quote, Goal 1, create a learning environment that is safe, equitable, and provide a sense of belonging for all students. Our son was denied the right to a safe learning environment and denied the sense of belonging by his teacher, who, while she offered an alternative book, the damage had already been done. The inclusion of this book in the classroom goes against values and principles we profess to uphold. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Deb Pettish.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to address the request of a parent to remove Sherman Alexie's The Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian from our high school curriculum, classrooms, and libraries. In 2016, the board approved the novel as a reading option for high school students. Its narrative, based on Alexie's own experiences, offers a powerful exploration of themes such as poverty, alcoholism, bullying, and racial issues through the eyes of a 14-year-old Native American. Following our established procedure under Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 1312.2, complaints concerning instructional materials, the parent initially discussed their concerns with the teacher and site administration. The teacher attempted to address these concerns by explaining that a list of books was provided to parents and caregivers at the beginning of the school year. In addition, the teacher offered the student the opportunity to read another book upon hearing the concerns of the parent. Despite these efforts, the complaint did escalate to me. So as the next step in our procedure, the complaint was reviewed by the superintendent's designee, and that's me, Debbie Pettish, Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction. I reviewed it through the lens of the criteria in Board Policy Administrative Regulation 6161.1, criteria for selection and adoption of instructional materials, as well as the detailed information shared at the February 21st, 2023 board meeting regarding book acquisition. This review process ensures that the book supports the district's adopted course of study and is consistent with our curricular goals and strategic directions. In addition, we ensure that the texts provide opportunities to stimulate discussion of contemporary issues and improve students' thinking and decision-making skills. Another key component of our book selection process is the idea that novels we use are age appropriate. In evaluating the age appropriateness of the Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian, we referenced assessments from several agencies in conjunction with the professional judgment and standards of the teachers and teacher librarians. These evaluations consistently suggest the book is suitable for high school students. So for example, Common Sense Media recommends it for ages 14 plus, and School Library Journal, explains that it is appropriate for ninth grade English students. In conclusion, we greatly respect the concerns of the parents and feel that the teacher addressed these concerns appropriately. The subject in question constitutes only a minor portion of the book, and it does not represent its overall quality and value. The majority of the book offers significant educational and literary merit. Consequently, we request the board to consider the educational value of this novel, the judgment and expertise of our teachers and teacher librarians, and the rigorous selection process it underwent, all of which support its continued inclusion in our curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pettish. I just have a question before we begin with trustee questions. So are we allowed to ask questions of both Ms. Lofton and Ms. Pettish, or how does this work in this situation?
You may ask clarifying questions.
Okay.
To both.
Okay, does anyone have any clarifying questions for either?
I have a few.
Absolutely.
And I want to start by saying this. I want to unpack this because as a board member who's joined this board a little bit over a year ago, I feel like topics like this take about half of my bandwidth as a board member. And I'm sure the district staff feels the same way. I'm sure teachers feel the same way. I'm sure certain parents feel the same way. So I just want to ask everybody's indulgence as we go through these questions, because I feel like this is a really important thing for us to fully understand and evaluate. I guess one of the comments that I wasn't even planning on asking is that Julia raised this question that she actively engaged with the teacher on what content was to be read. And the answer that I didn't hear from you is what was the result of that? Because it sounds like there's a syllabus that had Romeo and Juliet plus 71 books. And am I correct in understanding that none of those books listed this book?
It is my understanding, based on my conversations with the teacher, that the teacher did provide at back to school night a list of the books that would be read in the class, and that was provided to the parents.
Julia, follow up for you. Is that correct in your understanding, or do you have any evidence of that? Yeah.
Two chairs. Yeah. Well, what she provided before back to school night was called a syllabus, but it was really more of class procedures. And so that's why I asked him back to school night, what books will you be reading? Because I thought just one book, that doesn't really seem right. And no like grammar book, nothing. And so she said that it was free choice reading. Now, later, when I had the appointment with her in person after the event, she said that there was a QR code at the end of her presentation in the classroom, and that somewhere in that QR code, had I clicked on that at back to school night, I would have seen that book. However, I found that a little bit tricky and not 100% honest, because I could not go back and look at that. It was something that happened in the past, and I don't actually even remember a QR code, and I don't know why. If I asked about it, and with everything that was supplied, even in the wish list, that this was not brought up. And I would also like to say that this book is known to be controversial and has been objected to dozens of times at different school board meetings. So I'm not the only one to find fault with this particular book. And I think my husband will have time to go into that later. But so that's.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for, and I want to say also thank you for waiting the, nearly 3 hours so that you could have this conversation with us. And I appreciate you going through the steps, working with, the teacher, the principal, and going through all the steps, meeting with Dr. Pettish. So it does sound like that there is incongruency there, whether I think at best case scenario, I can see how the confusion would get placed when you're actively engaging in what books are they reading, not, and saying it was all free choice, and then an obscure QR code. So I'm already seeing a little bit of, I see how the problem got started. And then the other thing that I, just as I was reading through, Dr. Pettish, on our agenda item, we use Common Sense Media a lot. And so when I go to Common Sense Media, you're absolutely right, ranked at age 14 plus. But I'm going to read something that Common Sense Media, which is a very important tool that we use in our district to try to figure out, like, what's appropriate, how do we communicate about these types of books. I'm going to read Common Sense Media's Parents Need to Know, basically their summary description of the book. And one, I also want to say thank you. Like, I got to give a shout out to Dr. Pettish, because she drove to my house to drop off this book for me so I can read through it in preparation for tonight on her day off in the rain. So thank you again for doing that. So it says parents need to know. Parents need to know that The Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian is a National Book Award winner by Sherman Alexie. Alexie was accused of sexual harassment in 2018, 11 years after the book was first published. He doesn't deny the charges. Before that, the book was often banned for its mature content. It's a gritty look at the struggles of Junior, a teen living on a Native American reservation who decides to attend an all-white school. Junior mourns the deaths of many people close to him, all of whom die due to severe alcohol abuse. A woman is run over by a drunk driver. People are burned alive in a camper. A man is shot in the face by accident by his friends. There's a lot of friends hanging, a friend hanging himself in jail afterwards. A suffering dog is shot and killed, and the family can't afford to take it to the vet. There's a lot of fighting too. Junior is often beat up. Characters swear frequently, using all of the usual suspects. The one boy uses the N-word as part of a racist joke and gets punched in the face for it. Junior enjoys masturbation and looking at magazines with nude pictures. He also engages in body talk with his friends, gets an erection while hugging a school counselor. There's lots of drinking in the story, but only by adults, and there's nothing glamorous about it. This book stands out for its unique voice in literature, for its brutal honesty. It is based on Alexie's own experiences and for its poignancy. It explores the deep bonds of family, friends, community, and how they help people even through the toughest of circumstances. It explores racism, how we break the past, the limitations placed upon us in a racist world, as well as grief, tolerance, and forgiveness. It is no wonder there are so many discussion guides on this book for classrooms. There's a lot to discuss. It's a shame that Alexie's harassment allegations have to be added to the list. So when I look at that, and when I look at what's on the back of here, I just kind of combine that with your desires to kind of engage with the teacher, engage with the curriculum, help provide guidance. I can't help but imagine that if something as simple as one, being notified about the book and being notified about the potential content from a resource that we trust, Common Sense Media, I think this outcome would have been completely different. I do not think that we would be sitting here even having this discussion. And so one of the things that troubles me is how we keep getting here. And there's some things that I'll explore a little bit later, but I do think that that's something that the board can be involved in providing some guidelines for this, because I actually think that some of those things are actually missing from what we do. And you guys feel free to stop me, like jump in with the other questions too. But when finally you reapproached the teacher and said, "Hey, I like my son is not having a good time with this book," what was that process like?
I met with her and the assistant principal and my son's advisor. She did apologize, but I still felt that it was necessary to go through the steps because I put my child in an environment where I know that there are bad books that I don't want him to read at the school. And so how do I protect my children and their innocence and remain the primary educator? And especially when I feel like there isn't enough communication. Here I was trying to get an idea of what the class was going to be about. I know that English is a tricky subject and a lot of things can come up.
Excuse me, I'm going to have to interrupt for this reason. We are now through the questioning, moving into what could potentially be considered a personnel discussion. The purpose of tonight's session is to, one, be sure as a board that we have followed the policy. This is not a hearing where there's not a teacher here. We would never do this in public anyway. So questions cannot go into a personnel matter about what may have happened with a teacher and a parent. This is about the policy. Did we follow the policy or did we not? All of the other conversations could be very valid and important, but not in a public session in a board meeting.
Sure, I completely accept that. I do want to stick on the topic of the book.
Yeah, no, and
Policy.
and I'm happy with that too. So let me jump to policy then. So Dr. Pettish, in the description that goes through, this is on page, just for everybody's reference, in case they're kind of following along through. I think it's page 138. I'm just trying to figure out which page we're on here. 133. I apologize. We have our complaints concerning instructional materials that you cited before, 1312.2. And in that, we list at the top 3 other board policies that govern and relate to this policy. One is supplementary instructional materials, which is 6161.11. So when we get kind of our notice, we have about a month to review curriculum that you'd like us to consider adopting. Usually these are titled supplementary instructional materials. Can you tell me a little bit more about what supplementary instructional materials are used for?
Absolutely. So in this context, typically what we do in ELA classes is, of course, there is a set, of course, of state standards through the state of California, Common Core standards. None of the standards state specifically novels that students are expected to read, right? It's really the standards run throughout the classes, but the teachers are able to pick novels based on their experiences, based on the particularly students' choice and voice. You mentioned that earlier in terms of what the teacher feels would be interesting to the students at that particular time. A big component of our strategic directions is also this idea of diversifying the books that we use in order for students to really see themselves reflected in those texts. So though you could potentially look at books as supplementary. This particular book that we're referencing today was adopted by the board, as we discussed, in 2016. So though it's not technically tier 1 adopted curriculum materials, like maybe a history textbook would be that we just adopted for middle school social studies, for example, it is an adopted text that is considered supplementary. So it's a little bit in the middle there.
And the only thing I'm going to add, though, is because we use the CSBA template, they make references sometimes to policies that boards may not have. So in this particular case, and we discussed it, we're going to have to clean that up because there is a reference to a 0.11 that we don't have. So we use our policy to cover, as Dr. Pettish said, all of it. And I wanted to clarify that because if you go look for that reference, it's actually not in our policy documents at all. And it doesn't, we don't use that.
Yeah, and that was the point that I was going to bring up is Sierra Madre Valley Unified School District does not have a 6161.11 policy, which is supplementary instructional materials. And when I look through all our neighboring districts and a lot of them up and down throughout California, this is a really important policy that helps put guidance and guardrails for teachers and an understanding of how this interaction with this material works. A lot of it uses the base template that CSBA provides for 6161.11. But then a lot of districts have also supplemented that with an understanding of the needs that they have for their community. A lot of times it will go through.
I just leaned over to the president. Again, you as a board have every right after this decision is made, because legally, because we checked with our legal counsel this morning, your decision tonight is based on what presently exists. And then if you wish to give direction to staff to do something further, that becomes the next piece of work. But for tonight's agenda item, it's about existing policy and whether or not you believe that it was followed. And then further direction would have to come on agendized comment at another board meeting where you would give us direction regarding what it is that you might like to see us incorporate.
Okay, let me be clear, because our agenda packets includes this as a reference. So when I prepare as a board member, I'm preparing based on what is provided to me. And so that's one of the things that's important for me to understand what our policies are. I think it's also helpful for parents to understand what they are. And I think that this is actually a big missing policy. And the thing that I'm troubled by and frustrated by is that we keep coming back to these same conversations. And I actually think I'm not pointing fingers at the teacher. I'm not pointing fingers at the district. The buck stops here with the board. This is our responsibility to create clear policy for teachers and for parents and to really make sure that all of these things are wrapped up. And I think the thing that has largely gone unnoticed is the student's voice and choice. Had the student been aware of what they were entering into, it sounds like, we have to be understanding of all students that those could be affecting issues as well. And I think we really have to hear all students. I think this is a policy that we need. What I don't like are these binary choice options, because here's what we have. We're going to ignore this student and this parent, as well as probably others. And I can go through Common Sense Media. You read through Common Sense Media, about half the parents are like, this is the greatest book that I've ever read. I strongly recommend it. The other half are, this is absolutely unacceptable to read to a child of any age. Students on the same sense say, this is the best book that I've ever had. Other students are writing, I have nightmares because of this book. I'm a young girl and I have to listen to a book and I'm forced to read it about boys masturbating to pornography. What I don't like is this binary option that we're being presented with here, which is there's parents and students who are going to be totally fine with reading this book. So we keep it and we ignore our other policies and ignore some of our students who this is causing harm to. Or we remove the book completely and limit its usage for parents and students who absolutely are totally fine with this book. So I think that this is a fault that the board has to address and deal with. What I'd like to do is I'd like to move that we postpone a vote on this item for consideration of appeal for this book to be removed for up to 90 days so that we as a board get a chance to do our due diligence, create policies on supplementary instructional materials, actually look at how we're doing this and how we're providing guidance for our teachers, and then come back. Because here's the thing, I'm inclined to keep this book available if we can put in the proper safeguards for our students and properly partner with our teachers. But if we're not going to do that due diligence as a board and say, hey, we're at least going to meet you halfway, we're going to provide good communication, and we're going to provide you alternatives should you decide not to engage in some of these curriculum materials. And there will be no punitive damages for that. There's other districts who have those exact policies, and they're all up and down California. I feel like the buck stops here. We should do that. And I don't like this binary choice. Don't vote on it, vote on it. So half the room is going to be excited. The other half of the room is going to feel like we just kicked the can down the road because we're going to be here next week. We're going to be here next month. I'd rather as a board member sit here and go, you were given full knowledge of this book. Your son was have the opportunity to choose before he read it. Because once you ring that bell, you can't unring that bell. And I really would ask us as a board, we don't have to vote on this today. We can delay.
I did get a legal opinion on that this morning because I was prepared that this could potentially come up. And you do need to make a decision on this because the only thing that's before you is an appeal under the present policy. That is what's before you tonight. Each time that this has come up, I have said to you as the board, you drive policy. But you as a group of 5 have to give staff direction. We are not going to wade into this without your direction. Because obviously every meeting you would see what it would do, and we are not the elected officials. So if you would on another night wish to have a discussion regarding the direction that you wish to give us, all it takes is for one of you to call the president and it goes on the agenda, and then you can decide where it's going to go. But for this particular item, again, I did my homework based upon the fact that I assumed we might need to have this information. And I apologize that our legal counsel couldn't be in the room this evening. But she said very clearly that this particular agenda item is specific to hearing the case underneath what is presently there. You make your decision. And then if in the future you wish something more, I've provided you the process that we would take to listen to whatever direction you wish to give us.
Does the board's legal counsel understand that we've cited policy that we don't have in our discussion for the public?
No, that's not what we did tonight. And again, we will clarify. CSBA speaks about 0.11. We have shared with you that the existing policy that we have is how we deal with all of the materials that come before you. You are saying maybe as a group, I'm only hearing from one, that you would like additional policy. That is perfectly fine, but we are under a policy tonight. And that is what was followed, and that's what's being discussed. So please don't think that just because we didn't incorporate a CSBA policy, which is referenced there, that we haven't used policy to make our staff decisions that we brought to you.
So I have a question specific about policy. So do we have in our current policy, do we have the expectation that teachers disclose at the beginning of the school year what books they will be assigning during the school year?
That is not in current policy, no.
Okay.
And if I may, because there's another component that makes this very multi-layered. The way in which Education Code speaks about academic freedom and the negotiations that must happen are another layer that doesn't just rest here with our board as it relates to what you might like to see. Again, we can have a workshop on this. We can discuss all of the elements should you wish, but this is a multi-layered situation that needs a lot of discussion because yes, it doesn't exist, but it doesn't exist like that for a reason at the moment based upon how Ed Code speaks related to professional judgment and academic freedom. Now, that's not without parameters. But those parameters you would need to debate as a body publicly so anyone could come and share with you how they feel about it. But that's not what tonight's agenda item is. Tonight's agenda item, and again, I don't mean to simplify a very important issue, is there was a complaint made. We have followed the process. And the process says that you make a decision if we followed the process as it's written or not. So it is binary at this point, but it doesn't necessarily need to remain that way should you give us the direction otherwise.
And so we have board bylaws or some other governing law that says we cannot delay a vote.
Because of the fact that you have to decide if basically, I have brought this to you and you're making a decision on if your staff followed the policy or not. It doesn't matter what you might decide the policy should be next week. The decision is, did we follow the policy or not? If we didn't follow the policy, then you'd make that decision. If you vote that we did not, you would make that decision. That's what's in front of you tonight.
Do we have any other board policies that involve parent interaction and the right to understand what their children are studying in school?
Don't think we're prepared to speak to that. We have a policy manual that's quite thick.
So then if we can't answer that, then we should delay until we get counsel.
Board, I can't advise you to break a legal opinion, but you can take whichever vote you feel you need to take regarding that matter.
Do we want to, before we put this motion on do we want to go to public comment and then we can? Oh, Jesus.
As well give us a chance to hear everybody else out.
I mean, I think we have public comment on this agenda item, so we need to hear the public comment on this agenda item and then we can have a conversation and perhaps ask some further questions because I do have some. Okay. All right. So let's start with Lynn Desai. Oh, okay. All right. Next, we have Mike Arata.
Policies in place that do intersect. I didn't know about Mrs. LaFawn stepping forward bravely to challenge the intrusion of yet another grossly inappropriate text into your classrooms until I read about her challenge in the meeting agenda that was released on Friday. I applaud her courage. Meanwhile, you appear to have no guardrails regarding classroom materials, or rather it appears that you ignore the guardrails you do have. And there are policies. They include Board Policy 4219.24, which prohibits transmitting, displaying porn to students. Then there is Board Policy 6141.2, which says that staff members, quote unquote, shall be highly sensitive to their obligation not to interfere with the religious development of any student in whatever tradition that student embraces. To you, evidently, that means only that it's okay to ignore the prohibition on porn altogether, and that's based on past evidence, and distort it with educationese, which has become meaningless. For example, from your already prepared decision on the raunchy Absolutely True diary book, words like aesthetic appreciation, overall quality, age appropriateness, and teacher professional standards essentially mean nothing in the way that you use them in making these judgments. You and your teachers posit the American Library Association and various of its related echo chambers as principled authorities on book appropriateness, but you ignore the fact that ALA effectively has no standards. Its official longtime position is that libraries must have no restriction whatever on age or content. And that's likewise the case under the wraps, so to speak, with the echo chambers. You pretend that you avoid harmful influence on religion by allowing alternative books, other choices, and you've already introduced highly objectionable ones into a teen society. The dynamics of that situation inevitably affect everyone that's involved, either with direct introductions to porn by respected adult figures in the children's lives in their schools, or with the criticism or ostracism that gets attached to kids who themselves or whose parents want nothing to do with porn. But of course, battling religion is consistent with teacher union philosophy, in particular CTA, with CTA, California Teachers Association, and your local subgroup, SRVUSD. CTA, 40 years ago, published a book entitled Guidelines for Academic Freedom in the Public Schools. It says on page 32, who dares take on religion, free enterprise, patriotism, and motherhood? We do, and we must, said the CTA. As I said to you before, you and your teachers have already proven yourselves as unreliable judges of appropriate materials in school libraries and classrooms. So far as I know, this board and its prior iterations have never removed a book, no matter how vile, no matter how filthy. And now you've already cast your warped judgment on Mrs. LaFawn's complaint, having forced her to play your go nowhere three-step waste of time. But if nothing else, Ms. LaFawn's effort has shown once again that your related board policies are just part of your Potemkin facade.
Thank you, Mr. Arata. Next, we have Cindy Winninger.
Hi, I'm not a public speaker, so bear with me here. I come to this meeting as a concerned parent and a grandparent. I have 3 children. My youngest graduated in 2012, and all my children received a great education from this district. I have recently become aware of some of the books that our schools have in the library, and that's what I came to talk about. I don't want books banned. I want our children and our grandchildren protected. I was exposed to pornography when
Again, this is supposed to be specifically about this book.
Okay. This book I'm going to read about was first protested in 2010 for sexual content, use of alcoholism, racial slurs. This book was labeled for young adults, but it's more appropriate for adults. We've heard about all the books that they've talked about today, and we've gone from this book and it just gets worse. They're more disgusting and they're more explicit. What effects does this behavior have on our children's sexuality? They are impulsive, they're immature, starting to have relationships, and they're forming views of the world. Who is protecting our children? Take these books out of the public schools and put them in public libraries and make them available to people that are over 18 years of age. The Absolute True Diary of a Part-Time Indian desensitizes our kids and makes them think about things they might not be thinking about at that age. And so I'm asking you as a board to please protect our children.
Thank you. Next up is Mother for Education. No, if they're here. No. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you stand up. I apologize.
Good evening, members of the board and those present and watching online. I'm here today as a parent of an SRV high school student to urge the members of the board to affirm their decision to continue the use of the Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian in the San Ramon Valley School District. Understanding that it's a procedural issue, I don't know that my substance has a whole lot to do with your decision tonight, but it sounds to me like a complaint was made and a remedy was provided. The child was given another option of a book to read. The complainant, however, now pushes further, asking that the book be removed from the school district entirely, claiming it lacks decency based on sexual material, praising masturbation with use of pornography, which in turn normalizes and encourages such behavior. I'm not a doctor, but teen movies put that sort of behavior as well within the spectrum of normal for a teenage boy. From what I can tell, masturbation is mentioned on 2 consecutive pages of this 229-page book, which covers self-identity, bullying, racism, poverty, and privilege on and off a Native American reservation by someone who actually lived it. None of the books listed by Ms. LaFawn speak to Native American life on a reservation, so I don't know that they're particularly helpful. I ask this board to reject the requested censorship and continue to recognize this book as literature in our district schools. I see 2 issues at play here: parenting and censorship. As I've stated in prior meetings, I believe this school district is in the business of preparing our students to live in the 2050s, not the 1950s. I'm under the assumption that nearly every high school student has a cell phone. And with this assumption comes the idea these students can search the internet for anything their hearts desire. Some of those things, many of those things may lack decency. However, no one has asked the board to block the internet. Why? Because that's the purview of the parent or caregiver. Instead, we as parents or caregivers might determine we want to limit access to websites. Maybe we lay out rules for acceptable cell phone usage or have the students sign a contract when they get their first cell phone. What our students read and participate in is a parenting issue. In asking this board to remove the book, the complainant seeks to parent my child by restricting his class curriculum and obstructing his professionally trained teacher. Are we ready to cede our parenting decisions to someone grasping back to happy days? I am not. I want my kids ready for the future, not the past. The way we raise our kids has far more of an impact on them than any book they might read. As for banning books, I think it's antithetical to the idea of education. We should not be reducing the amount of information provided to our high school students. Like it or not, these kids are rapidly approaching adulthood, and they need to be prepared to live in today's world, a world with easy access to the darkest corners of the internet. Why not read these books when they're living in your home and they can discuss these things with you? Maybe that's the best way to go about this.
Thank you. Next up is Bob Allen, and after Bob Allen is Susan Hildreth.
I'll keep these brief, I hope. I want to thank the parents for going through the process that we have laid out, but that the board and the policy of challenging a book. I appreciate them, if you will, following the rules. There were a lot of questions raised tonight. Trustee Van Zee, you mentioned, and please tell me if I get off track. But the policy might be unclear. And what I am up here hoping to convince y'all of is, while the parents have the right to say, I'd prefer my child to read another book, what I don't want to happen is these discussions to have a chilling effect on the top-notch education that we have here. Not everyone agrees with particular community members' definition of pornography. I think a few board meetings ago, we had a lawyer, one of our lawyer representatives here saying, well, this is what we actually mean by pornography, and none of the books rise to that. It's fine to have their opinion, but I would like the board and by extension, the district to try not to look at these, to deal with these things, but not to have a chilling effect on the education here at SRVUSD. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Next, we have Susan Hildreth, and after Ms. Hildreth is Emmanuel Lafon.
All right, excuse me. Good evening, board members. I'm Susan Hildreth, and I'm proud to be a member of the Danville Alamo Walnut Creek AAUW, and I appreciate their efforts in working with you. I wasn't necessarily going to say this, but I think I'll share with you that I was the treasurer of the American Library Association from 2016 to 2019, a great organization that I support wholeheartedly. I've been a librarian for over 40 years, and I've worked at the local, state, and national level in support of vibrant libraries. I strongly oppose book banning and organized attempts to purge books from library shelves. The recent complaint regarding the absolutely true diary of a part-time Indian is very disturbing and could result in an authentic, relatable story becoming unavailable to young readers who could benefit from its message. The book has promoted a positive reading experience and understanding of the challenges of being a Native American young person since its publication in 2007. I've read the book. I know young people who have read the book. It has made a difference in their lives. I believe that concerns about the book represent the few excerpts taken out of context where the meaning and value of this work of literature is so much more. We all want to raise strong, healthy kids. It's important that growing minds learn as much as they can about the world so they'll be well prepared to navigate it and thrive. Books are tools for understanding complexity. Limiting young people's access to books does not protect them from the challenging issues we all encounter in our lives. This specific book represents characters of color and diversity-related themes. Everyone, especially young people, should see themselves reflected in library books. Furthermore, it's just as important to see others' experiences in those books, which research shows time and again helps develop empathy and compassion in readers. We trust our teachers and librarians who have training in education and literature and youth development to curate collections for our community. Removing and banning books from libraries is a slippery slope to government censorship and the erosion of our country's commitment to freedom of expression. The district has clearly followed the policies it has outlined in this matter, and I strongly encourage the board to support the staff recommendation to continue the use of the Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hildreth. Next, we have Emmanuel Lafon, and after him is Lauren Dowd.
Thank you. My name is Emmanuel Lafon. My wife Julia spoke earlier about the situation with our ninth grader in English class. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to stand up for our kids and advocate for them. So as it was previously shared, our family was directly impacted by these policies or by the failure thereof. I want to start by quoting the SRVUSD strategic direction, rights of parents to information. Quote, parents have the right and should have the opportunity as mutually supportive and respectful partners in the education of their children to be informed by the school and to participate in the education of their children, to examine the curriculum materials of the classes in which their child is enrolled, end of quote. Not only we were not informed that this book was going to be assigned, but we were refused the information when we specifically asked at back to school night and misled to believe that our son would be studying Romeo and Juliet. The list we provided, the book was not in the list of 71 books that were provided. I want to quote the book so everyone in this room understands what is being taught to 14 years old. Again, this is not simply a book that was available in the library or from Amazon, but was assigned in English class. Quote, I really like women and their curvier curves. I spent hours in the bathrooms with a magazine that has 1,000 pictures of naked movie stars. Naked woman plus right hand equals happy, happy, joy, joy. Yep, that's right. I admit that I masturbate. I'm proud of it. I am good at it. I'm ambidextrous. If there were a professional masturbator league, I'll get drafted #1 and make millions of dollars. And this goes on for 2 pages. End of quote. I didn't grow up in this country, but that's not how I remember Romeo and Juliet. Maybe that was lost in translation. We just heard about the importance of honoring women, and I fully agree, especially this month, or the next month rather. I think this objectification of women goes directly against this goal and is promoted in this book. So according to Wikipedia, the Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian was the most challenged books in the US from 2010 to 2019, and was one of the top 10 most challenged books until 2022. And then we all heard all the reasons why it was challenged, so I'm not gonna go over that again. We believe that as parents, we have the right to choose whether we want to expose our children to this kind of material. There may be parents who think this is appropriate and may want to discuss this with their kids, and we respect their choice. We personally don't give our kids unfettered access to the internet. And so I also respect the choice of someone who wants to do that. But in our case, our proactive efforts to find out which books will be taught in English class, we are caught by surprise and left to deal with the consequences. When we complained in an email, the teacher defended the book, saying it had received awards, including the American Indian Library Association's Best Young Adult Award. What she failed to mention is that the award has been rescinded because Sherman Alexie, the author, had admitted to sexually harassing more than 20 women.
Thank you, please.
As reported by NPR in 2018. I just want to finish really quickly. I promise I'll be short. When I read the SRVUSD owns book acquisition policies and guideline, there are 2 selection criteria that come to mind. Number 1, age appropriateness. This book is clearly not appropriate for kids under 17 years old. And 2, the reputation of the author should be taken into consideration. In this case, the author has
Thank you.
been sexually harassing 20 women and admitted to it.
Thank you. So we are a few minutes up to 10 o'clock, which is our ending point. So can I get a motion to extend?
I'll make a motion that we extend. What would we like to extend to? What do you think? Safe 11? Might as well. Let's extend to 11 with the hope that we're out of here sooner.
Second.
The motion was made by Board Member Van Zee and seconded by Board Member Ordway. Roll call vote, Student Board Member Iapan.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Mr. Lafon. Next up is Lauren Dowd, and after Lauren Dowd is Kim Peters.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Dowd, and I'm speaking on behalf of the SRVUSD Secondary Teacher Librarians. And we wish to voice our strong ongoing support for teachers providing literature circle experiences for their students. These experiences are even more enriching when titles are carefully curated to reflect diverse perspectives and the world we live in. With this in mind, we fully support the continued inclusion of the SRVUSD board-approved book, The Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian in High School Curriculum. This powerful novel tackles important real-world topics such as poverty, systemic racism, identity, and the pursuit of education. It provides a unique windows and mirrors perspective that either resonates with students or helps them better empathize with the challenges faced by individuals from marginalized communities. The book's critical acclaim and numerous awards underscore its significant literary value and relevance to our curriculum. While we respect the concerns of parents/caregivers who have reservations about certain content, we believe in the power of choice for all students and families. If a book does not align with a family's preferences, then of course they should be able to raise their concerns with the classroom teacher and collaboratively find an alternative book. However, it would be a disservice to all students to remove this book from our curriculum based on individual objections. We urge the school board to consider the educational and literary value of the Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian and to uphold our commitment to providing students with access to quality literature that encourages deep learning and supports equity within our curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dowd. Next up is Kim Peters.
Hello, my name is Kim Peters and I am the teacher librarian at Los Cerros Middle School, and I'm speaking in support of the Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian. I understand that we're in a time in our history where somehow one person is given the opportunity to make decisions for all. It devastates me that we are in a place where books can be censored, voices erased, and student experience and perspectives altered based on the opinion of one. Not all books are going to suit all kids, which is why I applaud our teachers who provide choice and age-appropriate materials so that our students can have rich and meaningful reading lives. I'm bugged that I've had to come here to defend board-approved novels that was given amongst a variety of titles for students to choose from. I'm sick of hearing excerpts of stories get taken out of context, and I'm tired of hearing the opinions of those who think they have the right to speak for all. But as educators, we'll do what we always do. We fight for the needs for our students and continue to develop meaningful and important reading experiences through diverse perspectives so that all of our kids have the opportunity to see themselves in books and in the curriculum, but also to give students an opportunity to see outside of themselves and develop empathy and understanding of the world around them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peters. So board, before we start our conversation, I just want to kind of ground us in what the policy says. So specifically about this specific agenda item. So when deliberating upon challenged materials, the superintendent or review committee shall consider the educational philosophy of the district, the professional opinions of teachers of the subject and of other, sorry, my eyes, it's late. I'm old, and of competent authorities, reviews of the materials by reputable bodies, the teacher's stated objectives in using the materials, community standards, and the objections of the complainant. So I know that in both of the statements, we heard the teacher's objectives for assigning this and the complainant's concerns around objectives around using the material. So I think these are the things that we need to talk about and we need to focus on because that's the decision at hand. So does anyone have any further questions around those two pieces?
I think we have a unique opportunity right here as a board. This has been a constant theme. What I see here is that I agree. I do want students and parents who want their students to be able to read this book in class, but I also want to provide choice and voice to all those students. And some of the comments that I hear, it could almost be said by both sides. Not everybody, not one person should be allowed to make a decision for all. That goes both ways. The student should have a voice and choice. Parents should have informed consent, especially when it's involving this material. And I know you're going to say stay on
And
topic,
again, this is,
but-
yeah,
but
specific to this book.
Even that description that you read of what we were talking about, it includes the fact that they were not given the right, even though they pursued it, to understand what the curriculum was.
And they were given an alternative choice.
Excuse me.
Okay.
We have to be careful because this is not a personnel discussion and there's assumptions being made about a staff member's practice that we cannot discuss in this space, and nor do we have the information to continue that discussion. I'm not saying that I know anything, except this is not the place for a personnel discussion.
And that's why I think we delay.
So I would disagree. I think that what's before us is about whether this book should be removed or not.
Yes.
And I think it's clear that it should not. I would like to add on to that though, or voice some support for some of what Jesse was saying about, I also think this district values transparency. And so this aura about student choice and books, and I'm not attacking teachers' professionalism or anything, but I think we need to come back like we did when we needed a homework policy. We need to come back and workshop what should that look like in terms of how can we be more transparent about the books that are going to be read and framing the voice and choice so that it doesn't have to be after the child has started the book and then is having a reaction to it. That if it's choice, here's the unit we're on, these are the choices, however it needs to be. But I would voice some support for workshopping how we can work on being more transparent about books, but not banning them. It's about how we frame the choice part of it.
Well, and also I think transparency around what the law is.
The
around-
law, what the objectives of the lesson are, all those things, because I think most of the people in this community are not for book banning. I think most of the people in this community understand the things that several of the speakers already spoke about and the things that Jesse pulled out. I like the suggestions we've had about being more transparent when we're approving books, about what does common sense media say. You can't always find what they say. As board members, we don't get to read every book. We can't read that many books in a month's notice. So having more information and being transparent about that information, I think would be very, very helpful, because on this one, the review was available. And just like you read it, it showed positives and negatives. And as long as that is out in the open, that's fair. I think what some members of our community are concerned about is that they don't feel like we're being transparent enough about that. And I think we can improve upon how we go about that without getting in the way of anybody's academic freedom or anyone's religious choices. But it's a place we can do better at. I agree with you there.
Yeah, and I want to second what Mr. Allen said too, because I think that that's an important point. This is a partnership. It's a collaboration between teachers that we trust to do the brilliant academic work that they do and the parents who know the child the best. And when we're partnered together, when we're hand in hand, we produce the best results for our students. And that's what I want to focus on. And yeah.
All right, so Shelley, Susanna, you guys, and Anya too, if you have a.
start with Shelley.
In this particular book, one of the things that I feel like we're charged with is providing diversity and different perspectives in our curriculum. And that's something that's been made clear to us from the governor, from our superintendent of schools, from the attorney general. So I agree with what Rachel said. I think that we need to make sure that we have open communication with parents so that I don't want any child to read a book that's going to be disturbing to them or that their parents feel is objectionable in any way. That being said, I am not going to ban a book and then make that decision for the whole school community based on the preferences of certain people. So I believe parent choice is definitely paramount, but I also believe that we have to provide curriculum and books in our libraries that are diverse and that have different points of view. And there's always a debate about what's age appropriate, what's not. And I think that I have a lot of trust, and for good reason, and a lot of faith in our teacher librarians who are professionals and who are trained in this. And I also agree that when we go to approve books, that we need to have more information maybe and take a closer look. But banning books is a slippery slope, and I don't want to limit that ability of our students to have access to the books that can provide that perspective.
Yeah. Just to kind of second that, I think that a book that talks about the Native American experience written by a Native American is very valuable. It's something I hear a lot from students. It's not only books that showcase diverse experiences, but are written by those based on their lived experiences. So they're true and they're honest and they're raw. And I think that this book has an huge educational value that's not showcased in the 2 pages that's attached to this agenda item. And then completely on board with the whole transparency aspect with parents, with students as well, so that students also have a say in what they're reading, even if it's, if there's debate between a parent and a student. I feel like a student should still have a say in what they're learning and what they get to know about and relate to. So I think that's also an important consideration to make when we're also talking about the parent aspect of it, is also the student's voice and say in that as well. I think that's incredibly important because sometimes there can be differences. And of course, that's something you'd have to look into reconciling, but I think it's important to acknowledge.
Yeah, I was out, I was traveling last week, and then when I got the right packet and the agenda item, I didn't have time to get the book from Debbie on this, but I did actually access some PDFs of the book. And what I found interesting with the book is that it acted as a window and a mirror for me. And because there were, of course, the, more disturbing items of the book, not only, masturbation and things like that, but also the violence and things like that. But it also, in the very first few pages, I connected. It took me back to when I was a teenager or middle schooler or whatever, and the feeling of not fitting in, right? And other elements that I think all kids, doesn't matter where they're from, what group they're, from. So I think that just on our item for tonight, it should not be removed from, for access to all of our students. I do want to make sure that parents, if they're objecting or the students objecting to particular book and they don't want to read it, they don't, absolutely don't have to, right? And it sounds like the policy was followed. They were offered other books and things like that. But also it sounds like, yes, we do need a workshop or something to clarify or add to what we currently have in our policy. So just like everyone else, I think for this particular item, I would, I would not remove this for access to everyone, but we might need a workshop to discuss our policy a little bit more.
And if I can just add one other comment as the educator at this place, because we're not listening to our community at this point. When that workshop happens, it will be very important to think about how to incorporate all the voices and experiences, because I will speak now as an English teacher. I heard in this room Romeo and Juliet and Of Mice and Men. Those texts are very offensive to some. And I can name the people who might share that with us. When teachers of English are teaching, they sometimes will do a novel study or a large group lesson to model how to go about the analysis, how to go about the depth, how to go about the descriptions. And I'm sharing that because we do believe in voice and choice. But it also can become unsustainable if we opened a door to everything being about voice and choice, because the professionals in the room are also taught how to educate. So when we have that workshop, yes, there needs to be the parent voice and we honor it. And there needs to be the educator voice. And what I'm hearing from you is it can't be this either or discussion. But what I will share with you after doing this work for 38 years as an English teacher at the beginning, it has been forever thus, and it's a challenging discussion. So all that I would ask is we enter that, as you ask us to prepare for it, that we figure out some creative ways, not just to have this be the circle in the workshop. And I haven't thought it through enough, so I have no suggestions for you, because I actually don't think that's broad enough for how complex this conversation is. But I want to be absolutely clear about the comments I was making earlier, because I wasn't trying to be adversarial. The issue is that when we're talking about a specific situation without all of the information in the room, that's just not appropriate for personnel matters. But the reason why we got legal counsel regarding this particular decision you're making is because a new policy direction would inform actions at that time. Actions now are informed by your present policy direction, which is why I was being so clear about what your decision was. And tabling it means you have the policy that we followed. It's your decision to decide if we did it or not. And that's the reason legal said, what would you table it for? Because you have nothing else to bank it or to use to make the decision. And you're the ones who have to make that decision. And if you said we didn't follow the policy, we would accept your decision. That's not a problem. It's not an adversarial. If we didn't follow it, we didn't follow it. And then we would have to figure out how to do that better. So I just wanted to be clear about that piece as well when I was trying to provide some clarity to why the decision was given to me this morning when I was doing the homework around this.
Yeah, and so I also read the book. I think it's a great book. I have a lot of opinions about the book. This decision is not about my opinions. The books that are in our classrooms are not about my opinions. They're not about individual opinions. They're about experts. They're about the community coming together as experts, librarians, Common Sense Media, the information that we rely on to decide what's appropriate for a classroom. Okay, a classroom. So I understand that we need to, I appreciate the idea of kind of looking at the transparency, but I also think that we need to, as we look into the workshop, that we look at more than just, as Dr. Malloy mentioned, more than just choice, and voice. We need to also look at law. We need to look at what education is about. We need to look at why books are used, how we teach kids to learn from books. We need to look at the broadness of the book and the books in the classroom, not a specific book, not a specific page, not a specific word in the book that some of us maybe disagree with. So, but that's a whole nother conversation. So I wanna again ground us in, this decision should be based on, the district's decision shall be based on educational suitability of the materials and the criteria established in board policy and administrative regulation. So that is what we are voting on right now. And in my opinion, I believe that we have followed that this book is appropriate based on our policies and based on the educational suitability and criteria that we've established. So do we want to have a motion on this particular agenda item?
I do want to say something really quick first, just to respond to that. I hear the needs of the parents and the students, and I understand that those differ. I actually agree with a lot of what's being said up here, a lot of what's being said out there, kind of across the board. But I think ultimately we have to do no harm. We have to instruct more. And as I look at this policy, if we're going to come down to policy that I've got to go on, I'm also a little frustrated too that we didn't have the right to have legal counsel, but there was legal counsel that was accessed before, and I was not privy to that until just right now. I'm also looking at this based on our policy 1312.2 references a policy that is not there. So how are we following a policy that's incomplete and inaccurate? So I'm inclined to vote no until we can correct these policies and revisit this. I would actually be happy to vote to have this book be a part of our classroom curriculum. But not without these safeguards, not without this clarity. So that's my last piece I'll say.
All right, so can we get a motion?
It seems to me that if it's an appeal to remove a book, the action is we're voting to remove the book or not remove the book. Whether we followed the policy or not is a separate issue than removing a book. So I'm going to move to deny removing the book. And I guess that means deny the appeal and not remove the book.
I'm going to second that.
The motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Clark. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapan.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
No.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
The motion passes 4-1.
Thank you.
And then along with that, a request that we add somewhere to the coming docket of issues to discuss this idea of how can we better address transparency, considering all of the factors that have already been said, including the law and academic freedom.
Note taken. Thank you. Right, so now we are moving on to, thank you, Debbie and Ms. Lawson. Now we're moving on to informational items. So 12.1, first reading of new board policy BP 1325, advertising and promotion. Assistant Superintendent of Business Operations, Dr. Kemp.
So Alana Samuels it handles our Peach Jar communication program that allows members of the community to post and distribute flyers to our families. And Ilana, if you'd like to come forward and talk a little bit about this. So Board Policy 1325 does not currently exist in our policy manual. And as we were addressing some concerns or some challenges to decisions regarding whether or not we would post some flyers for the community, we realized that we needed to clarify and include this policy in our policy manual. So I will hand it over to Lana.
Thank you, Dr. Kemp. Good evening, board. On a late evening, you have the information in front of you, and basically Dr. Kemp covered it, that when we are making determinations of which flyers we are able to post on Peach Jar. And, for the community's benefit and folks who may not know, that is the system we use to protect the environment. And instead of doing what we did when my kids were young, where I had a backpack full of papers and flyers that I had to sift through, they're all now electronically submitted, and then they're electronically delivered to all schools or to individual schools, depending on what the event is. And when we recently were reviewing a couple of different things that had risen up through my office, we realized that having this policy in place, which is I think we call it the model policy through CSBA, was going to be really helpful in our determinations. We were able to make the decision on the ones that came up, but we did recognize that this could be really useful moving forward. We want to make sure that we are always being very even-handed in making our determinations, being able to say to an organization, we are not going to be able to post this flyer because of A, B, and C, or we will post it because of X, Y, and Z. And so this will just help us do our job better.
Does anyone have any questions or?
I did not see any concerns with it.
We don't have any public comment, so.
Okay.
And it's not an action item, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so now moving on to board member reports. So Rachel.
So first, I would like to congratulate the Ed Services team on a fantastic staff development day today. I didn't get to see any of the classified one, but the certificated one was outstanding. The fact that there were like 50 choices for each time slot just blew me away. And it was really incredible to see so many members of our staff who are passionate about what they do, eager to share their work and their knowledge and their experience with their peers. And I hope it gets rave reviews because it was definitely worthwhile. And I'm glad most of us could be there. Last week, I had the pleasure of attending a student forum with the sociology class at Monte Vista. And we don't have very many semester classes, so it's kind of neat to even have insight that a semester class exists like that. And it was just really great how the teacher invited several people like involved in education, and the kids had done all this research, and they got to share their research with one of us, and then we got to wait, and it was just an excellent conversation. Super great experience for them, and I just totally enjoyed it. And I think I'll leave it at that for tonight.
I'll go quick in the sake of time. I've really enjoyed the site visits I've been able to do at Greenbrook and also at Hidden Hills. And really enjoyed the GSA forum that we were all able to attend. Gosh, what was that, just last week? Everything is blurring together now. But it was just, it's always good to hear the perspective and voice of other students. So you really round out your entire perspective of all the kids that are in our district, and just some very well-spoken comments. Just really appreciated that night. Did trustee office hours, got a chance to go to the San Ramon Valley Ed Foundation luncheon, which was phenomenal. Attended a FOAC liaison committee meeting. And then also I had a chance to join the Exchange Club, which is a local and national club. And they had a guest speaker that was talking about next level technology that's being developed right here in the Bay Area. And this firm, I won't say just publicly just for the sake of the name dropping, but they have a really amazing educational program that partners with high schools and middle schools to help their students on these career tracks in developing technology. And it's pretty amazing stuff. It's flexible electronics that's going to be kind of the next generation, next wave of things. And they've got ways that they can interact with our community. So I'm interested in exploring that more. With that, turn it over to you, Susanna.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. I really enjoyed the PD day today at Dory Valley. Wish I had more time also to check out the classified PD day, but heard that it's really went really well. Actually, I had the chance, I think several years ago, to co-instruct, co-taught some art, lessons or whatever. And my partner at that time, Raji, actually is now continuing with the, participating as an instructor for the classified PD. So I'm sure they had a great time. Speaking about, well, just want to say, yes, thank you for the it's late, SRV Education Foundation for putting on, the endowment, their endowment committee for putting on the Celebrate Innovation in Education luncheon. It was fantastic. I had actually going back to my roots in elementary art instructing, I was invited and had a great time at Miss Gold's fourth grade SDC class at Bella Vista. I led a art project for Lunar New Year, and had a fantastic time with the kids. I loved working with the kids. Missed that actually, especially in the elementary level. So thank you, Ms. Gold. And for anyone who celebrates Lunar New Year, Shinan Kuai and Gong Hei Fat Choi. Thanks.
Okay, so the innovations, San Ramon Ed Foundation Innovation, Dr. Malloy gave a brilliant speech and you were really amazing. It was really great. And they highlighted the programs that they fund and support for the district. And that was very educational for me because there were some things I didn't know about. And my son was thrilled to hear about the gaming that's going on. And he's just jealous because it wasn't happening when he was in high school. I attended my first strategic arts planning committee meeting, which is exciting because we're looking at the funds we're getting and where they're going to go. Jesse and I went to this with the other 10 people to the Street Smarts 20th anniversary celebration in San Ramon. It actually was really nice because it wasn't so huge and there was people there that we knew. So we had some pictures taken, of course. I spent a lot of time with our students in the last couple weeks and it's always enlightening, and their wisdom and their trials and tribulations and their needs. That's what I'm here for. So I was with the Black Student Union at Doherty, and we were all at the GSA forum, and I was at the affinity lunch at Monte Vista, and I was also at SLAM at SRV. And Lori Watson is amazing, and they're doing some really great work there. And I was at the Chinese Lunar New Year celebration at Gale Ranch Middle School. And of course, spent the morning with the certificated staff at PD Day, and it was incredible. And I couldn't believe how many choices they had. I couldn't figure out where to go because there were so many. I wanted to go here and then there, but anyway, I got to 3 or 4 of them, and it was amazing.
Yeah, I won't be repetitive at all. So I did many of the things that they've done, and it's been a busy couple of weeks. I just did want to mention though, Shelley and I at the BSU symposium, and thank Pastor Woods and his staff for facilitating. It was really a wonderful event. I was there for the morning, and we had an opportunity to listen to and attempt to answer some very poignant questions from our BSU students. And I just want to acknowledge that there really is more work, and we know that, and we're moving the needle a little bit, but I know especially from a student perspective, it doesn't feel like it's fast enough, but we're doing what we can, and we're going to keep pushing because you want us to push. So I just want to kind of acknowledge that. And then Dr. Malloy and I went on a site visit to Bella Vista. And so thank you to that community. It's a really lovely and inclusive community, and I think a special place for our students and staff. We had a county CSBA meeting where I think some of us were at, where we were presented with the latest greatest on the state budget. And so that was informative. And then I have my talk with a trustee is this Friday. So you can sign up at Brat Talk Trust Bitly, Brat Talk Trustee. So I still have spots available. That's it.
I just want to say one more thing. A shout out to Bob Allen for the GSA forum. You had some big shoes to fill from Gary Levesque, and you came through like a champ. Thank you. It was amazing.
All right, great. Thank you.